G2 always seems to get the advantage, but even last year in the best of five, Rogue almost actually beat G2. So to me, this is like obviously the most hype matchup in terms of gameplay, in terms of the best teams in Europe that has to offer, essentially.
It's crazy how Rogue have risen as a competitor, because G2 over the last 2 years have only been going from what seems like strength to strength, you know, MSI Championship, World Finals, all these impressive accolades, whereas Rogue have been building and biding their time, building the perfect roster, and now they're here to challenge the top, and they have a roster that can definitely do it.
And let's take a look at the draft from last time they met, because it was a great game. Unfortunately, Rogue wasn't able to snag away the win.
Yeah, the thing is with this draft, Rogue was playing such aggressive comps, because I remember talking to one of their coaches saying when they get to Worlds, they want to make sure they can show up at Worlds. Not just get to Worlds, they want to show up. So they've been playing these super hard to execute comps with Lucian, with Zyra Khan, Nidalee, Lilia, all these things. But when it comes to facing G2, they just went full scaling, full wave clear across the board, whereas G2 were the ones with the proactivity and the early game playmaking. So it's almost as if Rogue kind of shied away from G2. I want to see them step up to the par and take them on one-on-one.
And we heard Rekkles mention it, against stronger teams, sometimes you have to be willing to take those fights. And when you look at this G2 draft, all you can sit there and think of like, wow, you have to be on the ball, you have to be in the right place at the right time. And that's what made it such a great game, because the level of execution that we saw from both teams was crisp and a great joy to watch.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. The level of execution was almost flawless. I mean, these two drafts behind us, essentially G2's draft would win 100% of the time if it was a perfect game from both sides, but it was almost a perfect game from both sides. Rogue almost climbed back into the game, but I just want to see a really aggressive comp coming out from Rogue to match G2.
They really bring out the best in each other, and also for Rogue, it's also saying to everyone, G2 Fnatic rivalry, no, this is about us. So we'll see how that plays out later today. But our opening game is Mad Lions versus Schalke, and earlier today, Ashley caught up with Dylan Falco, the birthday boy.
Thank you, Sharks, and I'm joined by Dylan Falco, the head coach of Schalke 04. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview, Dylan. Yeah, the race for the playoffs is closing down and every match counts more than ever. How's the team doing and how are you doing yourself?
Obviously, we went on a bit of a loss streak in the last few weeks, so that definitely puts a bit of pressure on us. I think we were in a good position for playoffs through most of the split, but now it's a bit rough. As far as behind the scenes in our practice, I more feel like we've been steadily improving throughout the split, even though the results have been kind of the opposite. I think this last week we improved a lot, and I think we have a very good plan going into this week. So I'd say overall, actually, we're feeling pretty good.
Okay, that's very interesting to see, because looking at Schalke's overall journey in the LEC Spring Split, I mean, as you mentioned, Schalke had a great start going 6-2 on week 3. However, Schalke is now on a 6-match losing streak. And some people might say that that has happened because Schalke has been figured out the Schalke's game style, high pressure bot 2B poo, prioritizing on specific strong champions. Do you agree with this statement, or do you have anything to add on this possible opinion?
I do think, at least there's a bit of truth to that. I think a lot of the template that got us a lot of our early wins, a very like fight heavy, a lot of globals, a lot of engage on 5 positions. We use a lot of picks like Pantheon, for example. Like on these newer patches and the way teams are now drafting and playing out their early games, it definitely was a lot less effective. And I think that's part of why we started to struggle a bit. But that being said, I think even though we won those games early split, we had a lot more issues underneath that we had to work on. So we've been, even when we were winning these games, we kind of knew that we weren't there yet and we had a lot of work to do. So I think like behind the scenes is a bit of a different perspective for us. So I think we're finally getting there, like these last 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm really glad to hear that Schalke is like continuing to work on the behind the scenes sense. In that case, what can we actually expect from Schalke in week 7 and onwards games? Will we expect Schalke to double down on what it considers to be the winning formula, or will we potentially see a different playstyle from Schalke for today and tomorrow at least?
Definitely after we lost, I think it was like 6 games in a row, at a meeting with the team, and we all talked about what we thought we were doing poorly, what we thought we could improve on. And I kind of set a new direction, like playstyle-wise, champion-wise, draft-wise. So I think what you'll see this week in particular, and hopefully if it works in next weeks as well, is a bit of a different look than the sort of stuff we've been playing the last few weeks. So yeah, we have taken a bit of a strategic direction. As for what specifically it is, I think it's just something that's going to be a bit more aggressive. I don't want to get into the exact picks too much, but yeah.
Okay, we'll definitely be looking forward to Schalke turning up on the stage today. Well, my final question is, of course, you'll be conversing very closely with the players, but team morale is sometimes as important as team strategies and play style. So if I give you the room, is there anything you would like to tell the players in this interview on the eve of today's Mad Lions match?
Honestly, from inside of Schalke, like, I don't think team morale has ever been an issue. As long as we have the staff we have and players like Gilius on our team, we could lose as many games in a row and we will still believe that we can come back and be one of the top teams by the end of the split. So I think I would just tell my team, obviously, just to believe in our practice, to believe in their skill as players. But I think we're pretty good on the morale side.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll sincerely look forward to some more Schalke magic on the RIP today. Best of luck for the Mad Lions game.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And back to you, Sharks.
Thank you very much. Good to hear that the morale is still high, but the wins aren't there. 6 losses in a row so far for Schalke, and we heard a lot about a different approach. So we pulled up the drafts of both the Mad Lions and Schalke from last week. If we want to wager what is going to change in what we've seen from Schalke's plans up until now.
Yeah, Dylan said that they're going to implement a new playstyle, which I think is very necessary. I mean, I think week 5 they lost to back-to-back Skarners, which they didn't respect in the meta evolving. And this week 6 that they played such an aggressive mid-jungle top in the sense that they were drafting this TF and Nidalee and Tristana and Lucian and all these winning lanes in a way where it's like your mid-jungle has to snowball the game because your bot and your top are kind of either farming or they need assistance. So if you look at both teams here, you can see Mad Lions and Schalke have drafted the same thing. Wave clear bot, very aggressive mid-jungle, and a volatile top matchups, which depends on who's going to get there first.
And I think that's going to be one of the big matchups that we're looking at today. This top lane matchup, there was already a bit of a rivalry from their past in the TCL, and I think that rivalry has continued. That top lane matchup was also very volatile the last time they met. Schalke getting the edge in terms of the laning phase, and Broken Blade, even in a losing matchup, coming out ahead due to some support assistance. But later on into the game, I felt like Armut was able to have a much greater impact on his Jace. So that matchup is definitely going to be one we keep our eyes on.
Yeah, and Armut's played so fantastically in this last time. I mean, he was 0-2, he lost his tower in a losing lane, like Bedia said. Came into the fights, picked up so many kills. I think he finished almost legendary in the game. Yeah. So I'm interested to see how this top matchup goes. I mean, Broken Blade, we know him for such aggressive picks like the Renekton, which we saw in week 6, but he didn't actually get a single kill in that week 6. So I attribute Broken Blade more to the Aatrox, more to the Camille, and Armut a lot more flexible in a sense, but Broken Blade just a stronger carry overall. So I have to see how that top matchup pans out.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about the Mad Lions outside of the top lane, but of course super important for them getting a good position in those playoffs and that race for playoffs. And for Schalke, null fear, yes, it is time to win a 6-game losing streak. You can't even make funny memes out of that anymore. It's now or never for Schalke, who need to reignite the flame for the miracle run if they want to make it to playoffs.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Yes, I'm Xscoundrel. Now, for those of you that don't know me, I am an NLC shoutcaster. I've been doing the European Regional League shoutcasting for a very, very long time. And also, for those of you with a good memory, you might have seen me host a couple of years ago on the LEC. But do you know what? I'm here with Foxdrop. Foxy, we got you on the LEC. Let's go.
About time, man. Oh my goodness. I was stuck here in UK jail. It was so sad. I'm loving seeing my face up here in the background, by the way, but I just wish I was as cute as those downstairs on the stage. Do you see that? Oh, mate, they're cute as heck. Yeah, do you remember me being on LEC? It was a little while back. I don't know if your memory's quite that good, but yeah, I've been on LEC. I was doing All-Stars in December. I do NLC and stuff as well, and all that stuff. You guys know what that's about. But I'm just so excited to finally be here. Like, you guys have no idea. And this first game of the day, Mad Lions versus Schalke, is going to be such a banger, and I'm so excited to get started.
Yeah, because of course, this is really important for Schalke especially. They're in one of the 3 teams that are tied for the playoff race right now. They're on a 6-game losing streak. They are doing the reverse of a miracle run right now. They're doing a disaster run. So they need to step up, and this is probably the strongest opponent in terms of schedule right now that they're going to have to beat. If they can win this, it is a huge boon for their chances at making playoffs. And I love what I heard from Dylan Falco in the interview as well, basically saying, look, new direction, complete refresh. We're coming in. We didn't quite trigger on the last patch, well enough, and now we are ready to take it on a new direction.
Yeah, I think that's really, really important as well, because Schalke, you got to change something. 6 losses in a row. I mean, I'm no expert, but that's not going to cut it for playoffs. These guys really have been up against it. They've been struggling big time. Mad Lions, on the other hand, 3rd place right now in the LEC, and looking like one of our best teams that we've got here.
Yeah, and they're coming off a really, really good previous week as well. But we are about to jump into Champion Select. Well, we are into Champion Select here between Mad and Schalke, and of course, it is an important one. It all starts in the draft, and I'm interested to see if Schalke do indeed have that new direction. Twisted Fate banned straight off the bat, so Abbedagge not going to get his hands on that. We'll see how Schalke choose to respond. Anything on 11-4 you think is going to be... Well, there you go. Answered my own question. Udyr gets banned on red side. Yeah, there you go.
You've got to get rid of him. You've got to get rid of him. He's really strong. Rel's another champion as well that's open right now. That's also ridiculously strong. Mad Lions really focusing Abbedagge here. They must respect him quite a lot, considering to be one of the stronger carries on Schalke. And to be honest, I agree with that. I think Abbedagge has been a really, really solid player. Here comes the Skarner ban, which means the last ban here for Schalke. Do they get rid of Rel or potentially lose it to Kaiser? Because sorry, not Kaiser. That's a champion. We don't want to be talking about her right now. Because you know,
but she's still up.
Strong.
She's still up. Yeah, I think Rel is pretty strong. We actually saw a couple of interesting picks into Rel in some of the European regional leagues, which I'm not going to go into too much detail just yet, just in case, but it is the Caitlyn ban, which is something that has been starting to see more prevalence on 11.4, like able to just get a lot of pressure on the towers, take early plates. But as you said, Foxy, it is the Rel first pick.
And I'm expecting Kaiser as well here for Neon, because I reckon that's what that Caitlyn ban is. You know, you ban Caitlyn, who's really good in the Kaiser, she's got a strong lane phase, outranges Kaiser, just a real pain in the backside for her to deal with. Take that Caitlyn off the board and you say, okay then, you can pick Rel if you fancy it, but we're going to take our best champion in Kaiser. You know, I mean, I'm setting this up, they may not even pick Kaiser, but that's kind of where I'm thinking the direction's going here. Because, you know, Neon has played so much Kaiser, like, it's not even funny, but they're going to be locking in the Thresh and the Orianna here. Blind picking their mid. Interesting stuff here with going for a control mage in that Orianna.
I wonder if some of the targeting in the first banner phase, especially with the Azir ban, meant that Schalke felt a bit more pressured to go into a blind pick Orianna. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think Orianna is a relatively safe blind pick, but we have seen a lot of Orianna Syndra matchups pop up over the last few weeks, so that could be something to look towards, keep our eyes on. But the Jhin gets locked in, so the bot lane has been taken here. Now, I imagine that Schalke may feel pressured to go for their AD carry on final R3 pick, but we'll see how Mad Lions choose to round out their first pick phase.
Humanoid also played 2 games of Lucian last week. It was the only champion that he played. And into the Orianna, it's not terrible. Plus, it would give you more consistent damage when you've got a Jhin on your team who's less about, you know, that kind of like DPS style AD carry. But it's going to be the Graves locked in here for Elyoya. Elyoya has been one of our more standout jungle players, I would say, so far in the LEC, and he's been very good on these carry junglers. Graves, of course, being one of the premier ones we're seeing so far in the LEC.
Looks we're going to get, yeah, Aphelios. Usually seen as an answer into Kaiser, but it's generally a good combo with Thresh anyway, because Thresh does make up for some of the kind of the sore points that Aphelios has, mainly his mobility. So that's a pretty standard combo that we see in the bot lane, Foxy.
Yeah, Thresh Aphelios is a very, very standard combo. Basically, they pair so well together because Aphelios, the shortcomings that he has is completely covered up and negated by the Thresh. Essentially, that just means, you know, like creating space for Aphelios, peel, that kind of stuff. You've got the Lantern. Aphelios is basically just like a moving cannon. And if you've got something to protect him, like the Thresh, and that's absolutely beautiful. It is Neon's second game of Aphelios so far in the LEC, and he did win his previous one. So not quite as popular as his 8-pick Kaiser, but, you know, still had some success in this pick so far.
Seeing a lot of top lane targeting going on right now. The desk did mention that matchup between Armor and Broken Blade. Broken Blade being a more carry-oriented top laner as well. The Aatrox being one of the champions he has played a significant amount of. Wouldn't be super surprised to see a Camille ban, but it will be the Malphite, which has also been creeping into the top lane meta here. And this leaves open a few picks, but we'll see where Schalke go. I mean, they have a jungler. They don't feel forced to pick it, but obviously they might want to leave the counter pick for that Broken Blade on R5.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the champions that we've seen a lot of between these two teams recently is the Renekton. And to be perfectly honest, I've not been a huge fan of it. I don't think either of these two players that have picked Renekton have won a game on it. Like between the two, I think there's like 4 games between the two, Armor and Broken Blade, and 0 wins across the board. Like it just doesn't really suit these guys. So we'll see what Armor decides to do here, because a lot of his champion pool has actually been taken off of the board here. when I say his champion pool, I'm basically just meaning Aatrox, because he is just an Aatrox god, like legit. I don't know what's up with that. Like, oh, okay. You know what? You know what? Screw top laners, mate. That is an Ahri in the mid lane for humanoids. Okay.
This is the first Ahri that has been picked in the LEC since 2017 Summer Split. Power of Evil played it on Misfits back then. And I actually saw Vedi tweeting about Everfrost Ahri being pretty okay right now. I'm wondering whether he was alluding to some information about knowing that Ahri may be something that is potentially creeping in. But that is definitely not a pick that we have seen in pro play for quite some time. Now, these compositions have been rounded out. Obviously, the Ahri is the big talking point here. What do you make of that pick for Humanoid?
Honestly, that pick has flabbered my ghast. I'll be honest. Like, of all the champions right here? So here's the thing, right? This is where I think the logic's coming into. Okay, you're playing against Orianna. Orianna always gives you a relatively free lane because she's kind of like more safe and just chills out on farms. But honestly, I think it really depends how these teams play it. So I'm really excited to see what we can do as we head on to the Rift.
Yeah, well, we are heading into our first matchup of the day, an all-important one for Schalke, but equally as important for Mad. It is Mad Lions versus Schalke. We'll see you on the Rift. Well, we are on to Summoner's Rift here. Schalke on red side, Mad Lions on blue. And again, Foxy, I want to take a little bit of time just to have a look at these compositions because the Ahri coming through definitely adds a unique factor that we haven't seen a huge amount of. Are we just expecting this is going to be like a roam heavy, kind of maybe force through bot style play? Like what do you expect of this? And like, where do you see the win conditions coming through for Mad?
So Ahri as a champion, it was very much about roaming and creating picks. Ahri is an assassin first and kind of a jack of all trades after. It's one of the reasons why she's not picked a lot in competitive play is because she really lacks that real standard identity that you would otherwise get from a mid laner, right? Like she does a lot of things okay, but nothing amazingly. So I would expect, honestly, like I'm not really honest. I'll be 1,000,000% honest with you here at Scoundrel Mate, and to everyone at home, I'm not 100% sure how Ahri works into an Orianna as far as lane prio, push, these kind of things. But I honestly think the kill potential in that mid lane specifically is really low, and I just think that it's more about unlocking that mid, moving around, and trying to make some picks.
Do you know what? I'm not going to blame you, mate. It's not been seen since 2017. It's not exactly a high-tier competitive pick as of yet. I mean, that could change from this game. You never know. We'll have to see how it plays out. I think Schalke's comp is a little bit easier to break down. Even my play-by-play brain can have a look at it and say, that looks like a relatively solid front-to-back style comp. You have the Hecarim Orianna combo. You're playing around the Aphelios. Like, that to me, like, does look a little bit easier to digest.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's pretty standard front to back right here. You've also got like the engaged delivery system with the Hecarim pick that can combo with both Shen and Orianna. So that's always nice if you want to jump in there. You can make things happen. And as we discussed in the comments as well, this is absolutely fiendish here from Gilius. Is he actually going to do this? Oh, he's thinking about it. He might be going for a cheeky early gank in topside.
The pony, he's popped Ghost. They're going in with the flash taunt straight onto Armor. That top lane matchup that we looked at earlier, it's Broken Blade that's given the edge to begin with.
All right. Look, what was that? Partho from Gilius. That was beautiful stuff. As he was actually doing a lot more damage mid than I thought he would do against Abbedagge there. But still, I thought Gilius would just be farming. I'm not going to lie. I thought he'd just be farming. He has to be very careful here. You have no mid laner, bud. You have no help here. Yeah, he's just going to scamper away. He's out. Smart boy.
He's peacing out. Well, hopefully we get a little bit of downtime once the teleport comes back in from the Orianna, because I do want to reiterate kind of what this means for Schalke. They are on a 6-game losing streak. If you look at the standings right now, you'll see that they are tied with Misfits and XL at 5 and 8. But when it comes to the sort of the teams that they have left to play, they're actually looking at a relatively sort of comparatively easier strength of schedule compared to some of the other teams. They're playing up against Astralis, Fnatic, Vitality, and XL, and obviously right now Mad. In terms of the standings, Foxy, they have the hardest one to beat first, and then everything beyond that, obviously Fnatic is a relatively hard one as well, but then beyond that, Astralis, Vitality, and Excel, those are all ones that should be beatable for Schalke just based on standings alone.
Absolutely. This game right here, statistically, should be Schalke's hardest game for the rest of the regular split. Everything else, you know, they've got that one game against Fnatic, but outside of that, it's non-playoff teams, or currently teams who are not in a playoff position. And just, they've got a 6-game lose streak. You might think that's absolutely bonkers, and it's not great, I'll be honest. It's not amazing. But having said that, out of the last like 6 games they've played, including this one, 5 of them have been against teams higher in the standings than them. 5 of them been against teams that are like really high up there in the standings. So it's like they've had a tough go at things recently, you know. And if they really do want to kind of pull something out and make that push towards playoffs, it's going to be a tight race between, as you mentioned, Excel and Misfits. But starting things strong on. Oh, but we got an engage here.
Yeah, flash engage can't. Oh, he can't quite get the light, and the double wards came down on top of it and forced the flash out from Neon. Those were some nicely placed wards, and already pressure being put onto the AD carry from Schalke.
Yeah, that was a good start right there from Mad Lions. That's the power of the rail pick, though. It's just kind of nasty. Like, this champion is so strong right now, and I see it consistently being slept on. I'm not really 100% sure why, because I do just think she's just the best support in the game right now.
What universe are you sleeping in where Rel's being slept on?
Well, maybe because we've been casting NLC, and I had a whole day where that slipped through picks and bans. So maybe there's that. But yeah, you're right. Like, it's not exactly set on. Maybe I'm exaggerating a teeny little bit. But still, you have to respect the rail engage. And nice wards there to block the Thresh Lantern, which otherwise would allow Aphelios to just zip on out there into safety.
Look at this Broken Blade. He's not giving anything to Armut here. Although Armut's going to stop him from backing off. Should be able to shove that to tower. I was expecting Broken Blade was going for the freeze, was going to teleport back. But Armut sort of put a spanner in the works there, and is going to force him to make a slightly more awkward teleport.
Yeah, you should be able to get this plate as well, so a little bit of gold into the pocket of armor. Obviously, in the top side of the map, when you've got Shen versus Sion, it's not really the most explosive lane, not the most interactive or interesting lane. You've kind of just got two champions here who want to play more for their team, who want to be tanky. So yeah, not really too much to write home about, which is a little bit disappointing from my perspective, because Armut and Broken Blade are 2 like carry top laners. They're some of the best we've got, and I was hoping maybe we'd get a little bit more excitement from those picks, but it's all right. You know, they can play for their team. Here come the TP flanks. This is Ahri coming in.
Yeah, she's trying to go for it. Hook comes through, level 6, trying to find the Flay onto him, but he'll be able to down it out. Here comes Julius, Tives onto Humanoid, and Humanoid taken low. He does an extra dash, will be able to get away as Rel dismounts and disengages. Nothing untoward happening to the Schalke bot lane.
Yeah, Mad Lions expending a teleport there. Abadage though, Schalke have not had enough of this. This could be scary.
I mean, it could be. Gillage looking for the engage. Straight on to Kazi. Oh my word, the shockwave just whiffed, but here comes Broken Blade. The hook lands straight onto Humanoid. Limit will pick up the kill, but they'll trade one back onto Broken Blade. Limit looking to go more aggressive here as Kaiser and Kazi are still low HP, but it might be a risky play to make happen as Abadage is low. They're going to flay him in. Not risky enough. Abadage takes the kill, and now Neon finds another. Schalke, they are off to a good start if they want to get that miracle run going.
Oh, they left the tower though, Mad Lions. You were safe. You had safety right there, and they leave and just able to get picked up off the back of that by Schalke. It started off pretty good though for Mad Lions. Honestly, it was like a 2-kill-to-1 advantage in their favor. But yeah, just not the play ending in the way that they wanted it to. Now look at that. Look at the difference down there in the bot side of the map. Like Jhin versus Aphelios. That's a 20 CS gold difference, which is pretty intense, honestly. And the gold totals as well there, creeping on up too. It's pretty crazy, and I think honestly for Schalke, like Neon as a player is definitely one of those that if you give him resources, he can carry you. And we're going to take another look at this play because it all begins with a teleport onto the trap. That's a pretty nifty TP right there, but it's not going to be enough from Ahri. One of the biggest downsides of Ahri is she can't really engage when she's behind units. She has to get in front of units, else the units block her, which made it really awkward for her. So this whole play right here is just really scuffed. Also allows Abadage time to get in here, and as you say, the shockwave might not be amazing, but when the Shenot comes through onto Hecarim with his taunt here, oh god, yeah, that shockwave was just, oh, that was diabolical. But yeah, I thought honestly, I thought Schalke had played it well enough, but I was very wrong, and yeah, and this is the point where Mad leave the tower, and yeah, There's no safety here, friends. There's no safety here.
Yeah, Matt, that was a really well-coordinated dive from Schalke, honestly. And actually, the very first part of that replay, you saw why Thresh and Aphelios are often picked together. Like, just that gives Aphelios that exit plan, and they just couldn't get the ward down quickly enough. And obviously, Ahri, no real line or avenue to land a charm. And if you're not landing a charm as Ahri, you're kind of useless.
So here's the thing as well with Ahri and her charm, right? So yeah, it's landing the charm is everything for Ahri. And if you don't land it, then yeah, as you say, you're pretty useless. And that really sucks if you're Ahri. But something that can make it a lot easier is if you go for Everfrost. And Everfrost is an item that has risen in popularity recently as one of those like there's mid-mage itemization mythic choices. It's basically like the old Super Soaker, the old GLP. But you can jump in there with your ulti, you can slow them down with the Everfrost active, and from that, it's a lot easier to then land your skill shots, to land, including that charm, which is obviously very, very important to do. So that, you know, that's something to keep your eyes on for Humanoid, like if he does decide to go for that, and I'm expecting him to do that.
So what you're saying is, if you're old like me, or I don't know, let's say another LEC shoutcaster like Trevor, Quick Shot Henry, you need Everfrost to be able to hit your skill shots. That's the TLDR.
Even if you're a young, sprightly up-and-comer like Ender, you would need Everfrost to hit your skill shots on this champion. It's just the way, I mean, the projectile is slow, it gets blocked by a minute, like, yeah, it's not the easiest one to execute.
But this is something, you know, as I said, it has been kind of talked a lot about, this Ahri with Everfrost pickup. I think it's one of those ones that I think can definitely accelerate some of the earlier skirmishes as well. I think Ahri is one of those things that I've always thought thrives in the chaos. You know, like when you have those earlier skirmishes that are kind of all over the place, Ahri kind of dips and dives. I'm not trying to quote Dodgeball here, but dips and dives out of those fights and basically looks for it. They go for it. They are glutton for punishment in this spot, and as Broken Blade comes back down, that is the Shen pick in full force, making the tower dive. Kaiser now by himself. I don't think you're getting anywhere, especially not without your horse, because it's a very, very big, scary undead horse who's going to charge you down. And Schalke playing firmly through the bot lane. And we had Ashley talk, Foxy, in the interview. It was like, oh, you play through the 2v2 strong bot lane, and Dylan Falco was saying, oh no, we've got a new identity. You know, we're not going to do that. We're playing different. No, he baited everybody. It's the same. they're just playing through bot again.
You know, so this whole play that I just find really, really impressive by Schalke is twofold, right? Firstly, TP timers. Just phenomenal from Schalke, because Humanoid and Armor, if you look at their teleport cooldowns, I even think Humanoid is up now, but it wasn't up when that play happened. They timed that to perfection, and when you're playing with a Shen, this is the second thing, when you're playing with a Shen, you always have that power to dive. You know, you can always just bring him into a play, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And Elyoya was taking the Rift Herald at this time as well. So you know the jungler's not going to be there. You know you're going to have the numbers advantage. Just really smart there by Schalke to get that play. As we're going to see, the Herald that was taken, as I mentioned, by Mad Lions is now the 5th Herald in a row they've taken, by the way. They're pretty good at doing that. He's going to take that first blood tower top.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned something really interesting there. Mad took all 4 Heralds last week, and actually, it's something that Mad in general put a huge amount of priority on. Now, they've got that first turret of the game. They're now making an aggressive play into the red side jungle that is warded up for Schalke right now, but Mad have got the numbers here.
I'm interested as well. You raise a really good point. You know, like the Heralds for Mad Lions, they took all of them last week. They've taken the first one today. But is that necessarily a good thing? You know, because I wonder whether trading that Herald for that bot play is worth it. And I don't know whether the answer is quite so cut and dry. I think that stat might not necessarily be the most positive. But having said that, you know, I could also be talking absolute rubbish, because maybe Mad Lions are okay with that. Maybe Mad Lions, as part of their game plan goes, you know, they say, fine, we'll just go for Herald here, bot lane play safe. You know, versus Shen, Hecarim and all that. Play safe, lads, it's okay, you got this.
Play safe versus the dives that just happen 24/7. But it clearly is part of Mad's game plan. It's clearly part of the identity of how they like to approach the game. That Rift Herald forms a core part of their strategy that it seems to be above and beyond prioritized compared to any other team in the league. Which, you know, I kind of wondered why that is, and maybe it is that they just value the gold that it gives you, the team, because actually if you look at the gold difference right now, we're dead even. We're even Steven right now, with actually a slight advantage to Mad, and that may be, for all the bot lane dives that have happened, I guess the the Rift Herald's kind of making up for it. We're having the first Drake started up, and again, wrong side of the map for Schalke. I don't think they're going to be able to contest this.
Thank you, observers, for switching to the gold. This is a perfect transition for what you were saying here. In the jungle, you've got that 1k difference. Bot side, it's only 700. So there's a bit of a difference in the Diffie and the Tiffy as well up there in top. But I think Broken Blade, speaking of top lane problems here, I think he might be in a bit of a pickle. I don't think he's got any friends nearby to help him.
I think he's just dead, mate. He's chain CC'd, locked up. Kaiser actually picks up the kill, and that'll be another turret for Mad, surely off the back of this, especially now that plates have just dropped. Despite all the effort that went into bot lane tower dives, Mad are still taking the objectives that count.
Mad Lions, you know, they're 8-5 right now in the LEC, our third best team statistically, and honestly, I think they're just kind of showing it here in this game, because I think a lot of teams would buckle under what Schalke's thrown at them this game. But Mad Lions really haven't, and I find that quite impressive. And the fact that, like you say, well, they're not even in gold anymore. They're actually 1,000 gold ahead right here. And it's not even really a huge deal that Jin is behind, because he's more of a facilitator as far as like AD carries go. But to be perfectly honest with you as well, like I think the way this game's gone so far puts a lot of pressure onto Elyoya's shoulders, because you don't really have that premier carry in the mid lane. Jin, obviously, as a champion by design, not necessarily what he wants to do either, especially against a strong frontline like Schalke has, and he's been perma-dove as well. Yeah. Like, it really does come down to Elyoya, who's just been farming his life away so far in this game.
Yeah, he is almost 50 CS up on his opponent. We're going to see Limit caught out here. Nothing he can do as Armut picks up the kill. And I'm going to shift this over to a conversation about what I'm looking for this game. You talked a little bit about the mechanics of the team fights and how realistically, like pure team fight mechanics, Schalke look like they have the better way to play it. How do Mad actually win then? Like, how do they snowball this so that they don't ever have to get to a point where we're fighting late game Schalke, where they are clearly superior, and playing a pure front to back, they'll come out on top?
I'm honestly wondering at this point, with Elyoya, who's just been like turbo farming the jungle, whether he'll be enough to break through the kind of tanky front line that we'll see, or the dive that we'll see from Schalke. Because I reckon, if you survive the initiation from Schalke, I think you're in a pretty good spot. Hecarim jumps in, Shen jumps in on top of Hecarim. You've got the ball delivery as well from Abbedagge. Like, if you can survive that, I think honestly you're okay. And Mad Lions may not even be looking for team fights, because again, they have a team that can catch up pretty well. When you've got Jin and Ahri combined, there's always a potential there to just not even take fair fights. Just try and make those fights unfair.
You literally force them into a 4v5 before it even begins. Like, you have that pick potential, I guess, with the Ahri charm, and we've all seen what Rel can do when she engages fights as well. She's absolutely nutty, mate. But obviously we see it. Obviously, we see the bot lane tier 1 drop. I gotta say, a lot of the gold seems to be situated really on the top side of the map here for Mad. It's really in Armut and Elyoya's camp. They've got a lot of that gold sitting on their shoulders. I guess you've got to figure out how we convert
2,000 gold lead for a Sion at 17 minutes. What's that about? Honestly, who does that? Who picks Sion and gets a 2k gold lead at 7 minutes? But anyway, we're going to probably get a fight here.
He's not even taking the good deaths, mate. It's a double teleport, actually, as you said, straight into the middle of the fight. Humanoid on the outside. This is where Inari wants to be, looking for the chance. He dives into the back line. Oh, my word. Neon is just bloody dead. In fact, Schalke are just bloody dead. And now goes Sion charging in. Broken Blade desperately tries to get out. Kaiser will force him back to the turret. And Elyoya and team have just absolutely crushed it here. Schalke's playoff runs are slipping away by the moment.
At least in this game, it's not looking too good for the Mixed Scoundrel. Beautiful team fight there by Mad Lions. And they picked up Shelly here as well. So they're going to be able to use her to cruise on through the mid lane. Get that tier 1 mid tower. Get that tier 2 mid tower. Then they'll be able to recall, reset, spend that gold if they wish, and push out mid and bot. Go towards the dragon. Get your vision down there. And before you know it, woof, it's third dragon. One away from Soul, looking pretty good here for Mad Lions as we're going to get into this replay. I kind of want you to keep your eyes on Humanoid, but you shouldn't, because he just whiffs everything. But keep your eyes on Armut instead. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. Look at the wombo combo here. As Humanoid's love shot goes somewhere else completely. But that's fine, because that's it. Why is Rel... Just don't leave her open, man. This champion is so grim, followed up by the Sion as well. Like, oh my Good heavens, this is disgusting.
I mean, that was just the wombo combo of CC, right? The Magnet Storm into the Decimate from Sion. Like, what can you even bloody do? Like, it's almost nothing you could do. And I'll be honest with you, I want to take a look at the items, because we hyped up Everfrost Ari. It's not Everfrost, mate. It's not even Everfrost.
Yeah,
it's
I knew that would
Leandri's
happen,
Ari.
by the way. I knew that would happen 1,000,000%. As soon as we started talking about Everfrost, before the Mythic item was complete, I 1,000% knew we were not going to see Everfrost in this game. It's just how it is. It's just how it goes. I mean, point still stands. I think maybe if she had Everfrost, it would be easy to land that charm in the last fight. Having said that, the target is still standing. It's still we'll gloss over that fact, as that is the third dragon going down to Mad Lions here, who've built themselves a pretty significant lead now over Schalke, almost 4,000 gold, one dragon away from Soul Point. Can they catch the Ari? I don't think so.
I mean, Ari's trying to catch Gilius at this point. Humanoid forcing him out. Orb of Deception just a little shy of his HP bar. And whilst Mad are now in a strong position, I do kind of want to talk about what this win would mean for them, because although they're in a much more comfortable position than Schalke right now, but they are still fighting for an upper bracket slot. They're still fighting for, should things crazily go their way, like a little difficult to imagine them getting second, though it's not impossible, but third and fourth still means a lot in terms of getting an upper bracket slot in the playoffs. And Mad have got some tough competition for that upper bracket slot, including the likes of Fnatic and SK. So you can see who they've got to face. I would say Mad have got a relatively tough last few games. You've got to face the top two here, but you also have Misfits and Astralis. A win here would actually be big for them, because that puts them in a much more comfortable position to secure top 3 or top 4.
Yeah, just to reiterate what you're saying, because the playoff format has changed a little bit in 2021, if you are top 4 in playoffs, you will have the chance to get eliminated twice. So if you mess up one best of 5, it's okay. But if you're 5th and 6th, you're done. It's all do and die from that point. So yeah, finishing top 4 is important, and obviously the seeding going into that as well. And to be honest, Mad Lions, it might be hard to reach top 2 against G2 and Rogue, but to be honest, like, they're facing their hands. They're playing those teams, right? They can steal some of those wins away. It's not outside the realms of possibility. We see Mad Lions now here posturing towards the top side of the map, just trying to kind of squeeze out Schalke from this area of the rift, because if you can do this in set vision and that lovely business, then it's pretty easy for you to then turn onto the Baron and try and make something like that happen in the short future.
Yeah, Abbedagge, you knew they were in your red side jungle, mate. I mean, it's a little bit questionable if I were you, but they're going to get 2 tier 2 turrets off of just a cheeky little 1-2 rotate through the jungle. And this is like complete vision control for Baron. They've got dominance of the red side jungle from Schalke. And honestly, Foxy, like, I don't know if the items are there for Schalke to really turn their composition online yet.
Yeah, not yet for sure. Like, they've definitely got to hold on and be patient here, and I'm yeah, it's time is definitely running out. On the plus side, I'll say here as well, though, like for Schalke, Mad Lions doesn't have a great Baron killing team. You've got Elyoya, and that's kind of it. Jin's pretty naff, Ari's pretty naff, Sion's pretty naff. Like, it's not, there's nothing really going there for as far as it goes for like trying to secure Baron with any kind of pace. So that should lower the threat of that happening for Schalke, which should also hopefully buy them some more time to get back into this game.
Still, we're not a huge. I mean, it's not a massive. I mean, okay, I'm going to take that back what I said. It's a 6,000 gold lead. It's a pretty significant gold lead for Mad at this point in time. But like, Schalke now are in that point where they are boxed towards their own base. Like, waves will start to crash into them. What do we think needs to happen here? Soul is coming up in 1 minute 30. It feels like you probably have to give this up as Schalke, because I don't know if you ever win that fight in a million years. But Baron is also something you've got to be concerned about in the next few minutes.
Well, see, you're posing the predicament right here, because there is no good answer to that question if you're Schalke. It's a rock and a hard place. Like, you don't want to give away Baron, you don't want to give away Soul, but if you can test it, you'll probably get wiped. And when that happens, you'll either give away Soul or Baron anyway, or you'll just lose the game. So yeah, there's no real good answer to that question, but I think Schalke kind of need to find that miracle fight, that miracle engage. That on the plus side, they do have very solid engage. If they can catch someone out of position, it doesn't have to be by much. We've seen Treats on SK. He is the king of catching people out of position who aren't even really that far out of position. If Schalke can find an engage like that, with the Hecarim, with the Shen, you can catch someone, you can bring them down, and then at least delay that Soul from going over to Mad Lions for another 5 minutes. Buy yourself some more time.
I got to be honest there. I want to reflect on kind of like how the early game went here. It looked dire on the bot side of the map for Mad. I mean, they got dove twice. They lost their bot lane twice to a dive that was coordinated through Gilius and Broken Blade. But it didn't matter to Mad. They took the Rift Herald. No. They snowballed gold through plates. They were able to just get complete complete dominance in the side lanes through those plays. It feels like Mad's strategy, whatever it is that they seem to give so much priority to the Rift Herald for, it seems to be working for them. Especially because they basically ignored Kazi and Kaiser this game, and it didn't really matter.
One of the things that I probably should have mentioned more as well, I kind of did him a bit of a disservice in the early game, was just how much Elyoya was farming. He had like 145 CS and Gilius was on like 90 or something. Like it was a big difference in farm. And yet Hecarim, like he's a champion who can play more towards his team, and Gilius as a player also does tend to play more towards his team. But I think, honestly, that's just a stylistic difference right here between these two junglers. Elyoya was able to use that to his advantage, get a huge lead over Gilius, and now he's massive. He's absolutely huge. And that difference, as you said, in the bot side, like being able to dive Kazi and put huge pressure on him, hasn't really amounted to much. But he'll still be useful. Kazi will still be useful. He lays down his ultimate, gets in those zaps. He's more of a utility-focused AD carry than most. So he'll still be able to make some things happen. I really don't think that Mad Lions are going to feel the pain of that anytime soon.
Well, of course, we have seen the Soul go down. We kind of just caught it casually just going over to Mad. As I said, I don't think Schalke are in a position to contest it, and they also didn't even try. And I think, you know, at that point, if you contested Soul and you lost the team fight, the game was over anyway. Maybe they are just looking to scrape, oh my word, straight over the wall. It's the Magnet Storm over the wall again, but they do drag everybody out through the Lantern and flashes. Humanoid dives in, he gets the charm onto Broken Blade, and suddenly it is a 5 versus 3. Oh my word, Schalke desperately trying to get towards their own base. You wait, look, you don't want to hook the bloody Sion. He's too big. He's too big.
That's not happening.
And Schalke back off.
Yeah, that's not happening right there. Oh goodness gracious. This is what I was saying, man. It's a rock and the hard place. Like, Schalke just have no business being where they were, but if you're not standing in that position, then you just lose Baron, and then that also sucks for you. It's like, yeah, there's just no good answer to this anymore. It's just so tough right here, and we're going to see it again. Look at this, Schalke, they're all in the same spot. You have vision of Kaiser, man. He's only a pink ward. You know he's there, he's playing Rel. You know exactly what he's capable of, and you still let it happen. It's just, oh man. They deserve the punishment that they got for this one, and just Sion things coming out at the end here. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, thank you, Observer. Look, they saw him. They saw them. What's that about?
I know, but I feel bad. The Baron power play obviously coming through now with that Baron picked up by Mad Lions. But I feel for Schalke because, as you correctly said earlier, mate, they haven't got a choice. If they didn't go for it, then they're just boxed into their base with Baron, and we've seen how easy it is for Mad to just shove these turrets. I don't think Schalke had a choice, and I guess they had that ward there. If Limited landed the hook, they could have burst the Rel quickly enough, but that was basically, I think, the play they were going for. And I honestly, I don't blame them for it because they're in a rubbish situation right now.
Yeah, it's really, really dire right here for Schalke, and I'm just... Look, I noticed something when you were talking right there. The Observer was clicked on armor. He has 4,000 health. Look at his items.
Yo.
He has so much defenses there as well. And he's got Mountain Soul. He's just charging in. He doesn't worry about anything. Look at him.
This guy is literal raid boss. He is the absolute unit in the front of the Mad Lion. They're actually going to catch Gilius out with a charm here. Gets taken pretty low. They are trying to push down this inhibitor. It will drop to the Baron-empowered siege minions. And Armor takes 0 damage. This guy takes, I mean, that is just absolutely disgusting. The guy is, literally, Aphelios is tickling him. He's just stood there, just probably almost enjoying it. Look at this guy. He doesn't care that he's hooked. He's taken 0 damage. Look at that shield.
They almost got the shield. They did almost get that, though, to be fair. Armut right here is a walking Zhonya's, right? Except he can also cast abilities. This guy, I genuinely don't see a world where he can die as Mad Lion's going
Oh,
for
Limit lands the charm. Limit went for the hook. He gets killed off by Armut. That's Armut's response to getting hooked twice in a row. He just kills you. And now Mad are staring down the win. Schalke desperately clinging on. This is an important match for Schalke. If they don't win, it becomes that much harder to make that race for playoffs. This is the strongest opposition that they have, but a win would have been so helpful in securing a playoff spot.
And that is key here for Schalke as well. They've lost 6 games in a row. If they lose this one, it will be 7, which is not great for playoff hopes. But as you say, in their upcoming games, Mad Lions statistically will be their hardest opponents. They play Fnatic, but outside of that, they're not playing any more teams that are in a playoff position right now. So from here, sure, maybe you don't want to lose this game. Maybe it would be better if you could win. I'm not going to argue against that, and I don't think anyone could argue against that. But it's not the end of the world for Schalke if they do still want to make playoffs. For Mad Lions, however, if this team is looking to challenge that top 2, they do play against Rogue and G2. Maybe they can make it happen. But even just for confidence, motivation, or momentum, I should say, like Mad Lions are just putting on a clinic in this game.
And it's all been off that snowball from the Rift Heralds. You know, the priority that Mad have put into it. Honestly, they aren't even breaking the shield. I swear they've attacked him like 10 times. This guy is just too tanky, and there is a single inhibitor turret now remaining. They are splitting with the Ahri on the side lanes. Armut, he's not even bothered. He just steps right up to that inhibitor tower. No issues whatsoever. Mad are toying with Schalke in their own base.
Someone clip this, okay, and send this to XPK. This is what too tanky actually looks like, right?
That's an old school reference, mate. That's an old school reference.
He is, yeah. I mean, with that mountain soul, definitely making things just a lot here for Schalke. They're going to try and hold on. They've only got 1 lane left to defend here. There's no Baron left on Mad, so maybe they can stall out for a bit longer, but I don't think Mad are going to let it happen.
And then he charges in, and again, it just zones him out. You hook in the wrong target Limit. You don't want this guy. He's just too big as the Magnet Storm comes in, absolutely decimating Schalke's backline. They're trying their best, but they just don't have the damage. Mad absolutely slaughter Schalke in their own base, and they're going for the win. A triple kill for the absolute beast in the jungle that is Elyoya, and they'll take the final nail in the coffin. Mad are pushing for the win. They don't believe in miracles. They're going for that 3rd and 4th spot, and potentially, Foxy, they're going to challenge the top of the standings in the LEC.
Mad Lions going to be really happy with this one. This was a clinic from start to finish. It looked a little teeny bit dicey for the bot side. Kazi didn't get to play a lot of League of Legends, but still, overall, as a team, they've got to be happy with that one. Mad Lions really looking strong in that game.
What a performance from them. And like you said, I think clinical is the word. The bot lane priority that Schalke had to put in just didn't pay off for them. They did not get anything from it. They weren't able to convert it to anything meaningful. A 7-game loss streak for Schalke 04 here in the LEC. That is going to be tough mentally, Foxy. That has got, I mean, no matter what Falco said, that has got to be tough mentally, and they need to reset, because if they don't, they could kiss their playoff chances goodbye. Of course, we have our Kia Motor player of the game. Go over to the LEC on Twitter. You have 3 choices: Armut, Elyoya, and Kaiser. If you don't pick Elyoya, you're legit trolling. But I think,
I think they're good options, man. They're good options.
I think they're good options. They are. I mean, look, Kaiser had some great engages. I think Elyoya was fantastic, and Armut obviously just too tanky. But everyone on Mad played well, honestly. And Foxy, that felt like vindication for Mad and their strategy behind the Rift Herald plays as well.
Yeah, they were just really, really solid right there. And there's not really too much to say against them. Just a really, really solid game.
Right, we are going to go to a quick break, but of course, Misfits are coming up next. They're coming off a 2-0 week, and they have their eyes set on another big win versus Astralis. We'll see you soon.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you.
Regardless of this, the team only went from strength to strength from season to season. And then came the moment that defined Misfits and what they could stand for, the 2017 World Championship.
They were in the group of death, a group that many debated who would actually get out. For many, Misfits were not favored, especially with the TSM roster that was looking good and the LMS plus LPL representatives presenting strong rosters as they often did come Worlds. Misfits ended up in an epic tiebreaker against TSM to determine who would get out of the group, where they were able to take the win, moving on to the playoffs and bringing 2 European teams to the quarterfinals.
Crazy stuff, but it was about to get crazier because they drew SKT. All of us in Europe thought that was it. They had a good year, rather. No shame in losing to the 3-time world champion and the GOAT Faker himself. But on that day, the rookies did not go down without a fight. With signature picks, insane plays, and an intense best-of-5, Misfits pushed SKT to their very limit. I mean, it still hurts watching because it all wasn't enough in the end, but it was a damn impressive run and year out of that team. Oh, look at it.
With their first year a resounding success, many of us were excited for the return of Misfits in 2018. Even after losing heavy hitters, Power of Evil, and playmaker Ignar, they were replaced with Senkox and Mickey, keeping the core carries of Alfari and Hans Sommer. Expectations were obviously high. Unfortunately, after a good start, the team collapsed, finishing in 7th place with a 5th place regular season finish in summer, to then ending in 4th overall. The team did not have a very good year.
They did not, and we thought that it may get better, but it would only get worse moving into 2019. After a disappointing year, the Orc did make some big moves, fielding what was considered a super team. We had the return of Febiven, we have the addition of Soaz, and the introduction of absolute legend Gorilla. But however, this would go on to be the worst year in the organization's history, with an 8th place finish in spring and a 9th place finish in summer.
The 2020 roster brought with it rookie players combined with veteran talent in the hopes of finding that old spark, yet it wasn't enough, ending 6th place in the spring playoffs and not even qualifying in summer. So why are we bringing up the past? Well, this year, Misfits wants to return to the magic of 2017. They want to find that next star to build upon, the next chapter of the Misfits history book.
And well, with a 2-0 week, this could be the turning point for Misfits. Fatio and Razork found the synergy they've been looking for and still have a chance to make that run to the playoffs, to bring back some magic from the past. But a lot rests on the shoulders of these young players, and with only 5 games left, we're here to see if the Misfits can return to the top. And today, they take on Astralis.
Thank you very much, Shox. Yes, we're heading into our second game of the night here, Misfits versus Astralis. And again, this is another important one for those playoff races. Misfits are vying for a spot alongside Schalke and Excel. And having just seen Schalke lose, this is the time for Misfits to pounce. But Foxy, Astralis are not 100% out of the running.
No, they're not. Astralis, the dream is still alive for them. We've seen stranger things happen in the LEC come playoff time. I mean, Schalke last year, you know, we all know the playoff miracle run there. So it could happen again for Astralis. Both these teams really important game to win if they want to make playoffs.
I just want to take that and take it into context. We had the LEC guys run some stats on potential scenarios. There are millions and millions of potential scenarios running down, and they sampled 1.5 million of them. Foxy, what do you think the percentage chance for qualification for Astralis is off those 1.5 million scenarios?
10%.
You're a little bit too hopeful, mate. It's 4%. We'll see if they can turn it around and build on that percentage as we head to our champion select for Misfits versus Astralis. We're into Champion Select here, Astralis versus Misfits. And again, I think this is going to be an important one for both teams. Not only for Misfits to secure themselves a win heading towards those playoff races, but also Astralis, they need this win. This win gives them that extra chance. It gives them that lifeline to potentially, and it is a big long shot, but Astralis could channel serious summer Schalke energy and get a playoff spot.
It's possible, man. But if the odds are as low as 4%, you absolutely can't afford to drop any games heading forwards. As we're going to get into the bans, here's Zori against Viteo. Pretty standard stuff. He's a disgusting Zori player. Absolutely empirical on that champion. Graves and Udyr with Thresh and Caitlyn. So this means that Twisted Fate and Rell are both still open, considered to be pretty OP picks in the current meta. And ooh, we're going to leave both of them open. Okay, so Astralis, pick your poison.
Well, Skarner's banned. I mean, Rel's going to be taken first, I believe, here for Astralis. They'll lock that in. And now we'll wait to see. And obviously, Skarner being one of Zanzara's main champions, they feel that there's going to be a bit of a targeted ban towards him.
So fun fact, not so fun fact for Zanzara, but Zanzara hasn't won a single game in the LEC where he wasn't playing Skarner or Hecarim. With Skarner already taken off of the board, I wonder whether Astralis are going to decide to go for that Hecarim or whether they're going to pick a new jungler. There it is, the Olaf here, okay. So they're changing things up here and trying to rewrite history.
He's going to give himself, expand his champion pool from wins from 2 to 3. And Zanzara is, obviously, he's a more facilitating jungler. He generally tends to play a bit more for his team, especially compared to Razork, who is a much more aggressive jungler. But it is going to be an Olaf and a Xayah locked in. So a Xayah Rell bot lane here is the full complete rotation for Astralis on the first pick phase. And it will be a Lilia locked in for Misfits as we head to the bans.
Lilia here for Razork. He's played it once so far in the LEC. Not necessarily... You know what? I'm actually going to take that back. I do think it's a pretty good Razork champion. He loves to farm. I want to see kind of similar to what we saw from El Yoya in the last game. Both of those Spanish junglers having somewhat similar play styles. And Lilia, of course, is being a very strong pick in the current meta. Phase 2 of the bans coming through right here. Twisted Fate taken off the board. No real surprise right there. Jace as well. So it's interesting to see. I think maybe we'll be seeing like a blind top here for Astralis, and they're just trying to get rid of some of the hard counters in case they want to pick like the Gnar or something like that.
Yeah, and Agi Magi is Magi. If you've seen him play in the ERLs, he's got a pretty mean Twisted Fate on him. And I'm actually kind of excited to see Magi Felix. I've cast this guy in the European regional leagues for quite a long time now. He used to play for Fnatic Rising. So I haven't had the chance to see him, or at least cast him play at the LEC level. And he's definitely one of those mid laners that has never quite lived up to the expectations set for himself outside of competitive. But obviously on Astralis, if he could be part of that potential turnaround for them, then that would be a huge for him and his legacy as a player as well.
Absolutely. Magi Felix has always felt like he's been on the cusp of being a great EU mid laner and not quite being able to make it happen. And he is yet to pick his champion. He's going to have to blind pick it in this game. Here it now sweeps up the Sion. He's no stranger to these tankier top laners, so he'll be able to, inspired of course by Armor in that last game, he was absolutely unkillable. Just going to put that tanky undead geezer in the top side, and why not here looking to answer potentially with a tank of his own. It is going to be that Gragas in the top lane.
And we'll see the blind pick now that will come through for Magi Felix. There are a few good blind picks. The Azir is still up, I believe. So if they wanted to slot an Azir into this composition, it is something that is available for him if he wanted it. And it's generally considered, I think, a relatively solid blind pick. Syndra also one of those blind picks that works really well. And we'll see how Viteo chooses to respond. He is a bit more of an aggressive mid laner. And oh, it's the Yone.
Okay, didn't even think about that one, just slapping that one right down. I think the Syndra pick was really smart. It denies it from Viteo, it's his most played champion. Also denies it Orianna, which is his second most played champion because Orianna is not good into Syndra. So he whips out the wild card. It's Yone. We have seen Viteo play Yone before. I wasn't able to win on it, but still we have seen it. And I think it really suits the kind of play style that Viteo likes to give us. All in all, if we're just taking a look at these team compositions, I'm curious to see who's going to be able to match Yone in that side lane once he decides to go for more of that kind of split style if Misfits decide to do some more of that. Whereas the group top fight, the dogpile comp, as I like to call it from Astralis here, where you just kind of move forward, fight and engage. I think Astralis will be looking way more for those team fights.
So looking for a team fight versus a potential split push style composition. We'll have to see how it plays out as we are heading on to the Rift for our second game of the night here. It is Misfits versus Astralis. We are on to the Rift here, Astralis versus Misfits. Let's see how this early game pans out. What are you expecting? Anything crazy in the early game here? Are you just really more expecting it to be farm central, let Zanzara just path like he wants to, and we sort of meet around neutral objectives, or are you expecting any sort of like crazy ganks to happen?
I am absolutely 1,000,000% not expecting any crazy ganks to happen. In fact, if one of these two junglers doesn't take every single one of their camps in their first clear, I will consider that a shocker. Olaf has one of the fastest clear speeds in the entire game. Lilia in there as well. Just two power farm junglers, and yeah, I'm not expecting a huge amount different. We are playing on 11.4, so those jungle nerfs have come through, but didn't really impact the jungle meta too much. And all in all, on average, I would say it's something like 10 minutes. I believe the junglers are down about like a camp and a half, so it's not a huge amount. And still, obviously, there's a lot of reason to pick these farming junglers and just play PvE for the early game.
And speaking of the junglers, that is a matchup that we've been interested in talking about. Razork versus Zanzara. Two very different style junglers, Foxy. One of whom is a little bit slower paced, less team fight contribution in terms of damage, whereas Razork really is one of the biggest carry junglers in our league.
Yeah, Razork is really, really good at being a carry jungler. Like, his ability to kind of like soak up just resources and attention is really, really quite unparalleled. We're going to see Promiscu jump in. Not too much going on here. Both aftershocks just going to get popped. But yeah, as we were saying with Razork, I think he's just like, he's one of the highest damage share junglers in the entirety of the LEC. Like, the thing is that most junglers don't reach north of 20%, and he's one of only two junglers that have been able to do that. Self-made is the other one, so some pretty good company right there. Zanzara, on the other hand, much more focused towards playing for his team, more of a utility-focused champion, and it's something around like the 14% for him damage share. So two completely different styles here, and I'm really curious to see how it plays out in this one, because I think both these champions can lean into both those kind of styles. You know, with Olaf playing more of a team-orientated jungle path.
Let's see. I mean, obviously this game means a lot for Misfits, just as the last game meant for Schalke as well. I mean, Misfits are one of our 3 horses in that 3-horse race for the playoff spots. You can see that they are currently now just above Schalke, as if Schalke took that loss, but obviously with a win here, they'll put themselves above XL as well for the time being. There is a bit of an engage coming through, though. Promiscu does take a lot of damage on that rel to begin with. Have to be a bit careful, Promiscu. But obviously, Misfits right now, they are in a good spot to start accelerating, especially with that Schalke loss, and potentially be the front runner for that playoff spot coming into next week.
Absolutely, I think it's something that you've got to be really, really cognizant of at this stage of the tournament here in the spring split. Misfits have had some pretty good games recently. They're on a 2-game win streak, which is pretty good form when you're trying to fight for that spot in playoffs. And speaking of good form, this is a perfect start here for Razork. He's going to get both of these Scuttle Crabs, which is, honestly, if you're playing Olaf and you can't get a single Scuttle early, that really, really sucks. And I just wonder what he's going to do with that now. Is he going to look to maybe try and gang topside? Is he just going to stick straight back into his clear? Like, I think, honestly, right from the get-go here, Zanzara's being put on the back foot.
Yeah, and that maybe strikes a bit of an issue, because Razork is much more aggressive, much more sort of looking for as many fights as possible. Just as I say that, they're straight onto MagiFelix in the mid lane. And that is not something that MagiFelix is unused to. He has been very heavily played around, and the enemy junglers often do like to spend a lot of time trying to gank him.
MagiFelix has something like the highest jungle proximity of enemy junglers in his lane. Legit, like, he's getting perma-capped in this mid lane. He can't be having too much fun so far in the lane phase of his experience in the LEC. But to be perfectly honest, I also think that speaks a lot about the strength of this guy and just how he is as a player. If you can absorb that attention and that pressure, it really helps your team out. And as we've seen, MagiFelix has still been able to deliver in these late game team fights as a carry for Astralis. So I think, honestly, it's something that works in Astralis' favor.
I think what I'll counter to that, and what I would add, is that it might work in their favor, but they need to do more with it. Like, that a pressure that Magi Felix draws. I want to see Astralis convert it into something. And I think that's one of the things that is missing from the Astralis game right now. They're not very good at converting all the pressure that Magi Felix absorbs. As we said, he has one of the highest jungle proximities, or opponent jungle proximities in the LEC right now. They don't actually convert it into anything. And I think that's the question for me this game. If this continues to be the case, especially because Syndra's now lost her flash, what do Astralis do? Like, where do they focus? Where do they put their pressure this game to give themselves the best shot of winning?
I still think you can just sit mid. Like, Yone is one of these champions who's still very, very vulnerable. Like, he tends to push out pretty hard anyway, and he's not really got any good escapes. So now that he's hit that level 6, it's a little bit easier for him, but you know, if you combo Olaf and Syndra, like, I definitely think you can still attack a Yone. And we're going to see Misfits here start up this dragon. Something that we didn't mention here leading up to this dragon play was Vander got the first reset ahead of Promiscu. So Promiscu was still in lane when Vander was leaving lane, and he was able to walk into the river, get rid of all of Astralis' vision here. They got to push into mid as well. They caught Promiscu in that reset. So it's a perfect play right here for these guys to pick up the first dragon of the game, getting that Inferno.
Vander just going to go for a headbutt. Pole Promiscu still eating a huge amount of damage in lane here. And Rel on low HP, you know, she's not the tankiest in the world. Obviously, she gains those resistances, but I mean, that's not a good place for Promiscu to be if he wants to look for engages. He's going to be forced to back again already. And honestly, Misfit is just kind of edging it out in the 2v2 just in terms of these small trades.
Absolutely. And I'm thinking here Kobe's going to be pretty happy with that one. Rel obviously is a very high pressure champion. I think Rel Zyre in general as a lane, you've got to be pretty respectful of these two. So Alistar is often picked into Rel because of his ability to, I don't know whether I'd say he counters Rel. I think he's good into Rel, but I think Rel is just on that caliber where he can't like fully counter her, but he's got good disengage to really just slow down what Rel wants to do. And actually so far, you know, Misfit's been able to turn that into positive trades for themselves.
I've always seen it as like a bit of a nullifying matchup in the sense that I think you can stun Alistar out of his headbutt Polv combo as Rel. And then obviously if ever Rel ever engage, Alistar just waits and then goes for his Polv when the engage comes through. So it's one of those lanes that's just a bit like, you know, whoever engages first usually ends up losing. So it's like a neutralizing matchup, I think.
I don't think you're wrong there, my friend. It's not going to be too interesting down here, I don't think, unless someone really mucks up or we get some jungle attention. I still think you've got to put your eyes towards mid side and see what Viterio wants to do, see what Razo wants to do around him. Because as you mentioned as well, you know, Magi Felix still does not have his flash. It's still on cooldown. But both of these lanes, both of these champions, mega explosive once they've got their ultimates, as they both have. Like, really easy setup, loads of damage. If any of these junglers can pay a visit to mid lane, it might be a little bit scary, as we're just going to see Misfits here taking this first Herald of the game, be able to use that to get some more gold into their pockets, chunk down a tower, and give themselves a bit of a sexier early game.
And honestly, Razork has been everywhere right now. He's got a level lead on Zanzara. He was able to secure first Drake. He's now secured first Rift Herald. Astralis just seemingly losing out on specifically jungle-orientated map rotations right now. They just aren't able to get into some of these neutral objectives. And that worries me a little bit. Like, I think you are going up against a team that has got good scaling, and if you're giving up this much pressure early game, I'm struggling to see where you find your window to get back in.
But I also think it's important to note, like, you can easily just throw a game away by trying to contest things that you're not particularly comfortable contesting. And, you know, these games are really important right now. Like, we're not in the playoffs at this point, but still, there's a huge amount of pressure to even get into the playoffs for both these teams. Both Astralis and Misfits are still looking at potential playoff berths here. Misfits, obviously, they're tied with Schalke and Excel at 5 and 8, although Schalke did just lose, so that's 5 and 9 for them. If they want to make any ground between two teams who've honestly been trending downwards, then playing against Astralis is not a game you can lose. And if you do, like, just misstep or muck up, like, this is the kind of game you're really going to be kicking yourself if you just play a bit overzealous, over greedy, and kind of throw it away.
Where do you want to see Astralis make a move then? And that's the question that I have. You know, they obviously have the potential for strong dueling with the Syndra, like the skirmishes work well. You have the Rel, who we know is great against up in these grouped up team fights. Where do you want to see Astralis focus? Like, maybe second Herald, second Dragon, a little bit later than that? Like,
yeah, I'm like, I just don't think there's a lot of proactivity to be had, honestly, in this game, just from both sides, at least right now in the lane phase. Like, you do have good setup from, like, okay, you know what, as I say that, we're going to move down towards the bot side. Like, we have good setup from both these teams, but I think at the same time we've got a lot of nullification tools as well. But here we go, Misfits going for the dive.
Uh-oh, it's the four-man dive police, and they are going to arrest Promisq. He gets taken down very low. First blood is there. Viteo will jump out of that engage. Vander with the ultimate keeps himself safe, and Jeskla now without a support.
Misfits did a really good job there, pushing in that mid lane, getting that four-man roam on the bot side. There's not a huge amount of risk to diving when you have an Alistar in your team who can pop that unbreakable will. So he can tank up loads of tower shots, even though he did still almost die. Still able to bring down Promisq there, and first blood going over to Misfits. We're very happy about that. Oh no!
This is a bit of a yikes. This is a bit of a yikes, but Jeskla will be able to flash out and has the backup of Zanzara. But that's an unneeded flash.
Is he going for it though? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about. Nah, it's not. He's lost it. I wanted to see the W snipe. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it. It's not. It's still on cooldown. I think it just came on cooldown now. So yeah. Unless this was an Earth game, I don't think we're going to be able to see Kobbe make that heroic strike, which is unfortunate because that would have been exciting. But Vander now with his Moby Boots is unlocked from this bot lane, able to move around as much as he wants. And whenever your support can move around the map, you know what happens? You deny vision. And denying vision, setting up your own vision, really important stuff if you want to go for objectives. As Misfits here, 11 minutes into the game, are going to be able to pick up their second dragon here. It's going to be an Ocean, setting us up for a Cloud Soul as the game goes on.
Yeah, and the help that Viteo has had in the mid lane has allowed him to have much more, like a very heavy mid prio. Vander Hex Flash immediately countered by MagiFelix's flash as well. But again, they are just putting pressure onto MagiFelix in this mid lane. They're going to drop the Herald, potentially the Drowsy coming through. Are they going to go for the dive? MagiFelix tried, Fate Sealed, bops him under tower, and that is a kill for Viteo, and they will get a huge amount of plates off the back of it as well.
Yeah, that's a big play right there from Misfits. And this mid lane, I mentioned it a little bit. The setup there, the damage, it's a volatile lane, it's a vulnerable lane. MagiFelix isn't really overstepping here. He's under his tower. You should think he's pretty safe, but that's just how it is. You know, the damage coming out of Yone, just the whole setup from the rest of the Misfits squad as well. It's pretty potent there. It's really hard to deal with. MagiFelix is going to go down, and that's a lot of gold into the back pocket of Viteo. I'm curious here to see, like, the plates that went down, whether, you know, that's going to make any significant impact there as well. Can we toggle to the goal? I can see just how rich Viteo is when he went for that recoil there, because I think he's pretty up there. 700 gold, fairly significant, honestly, for 30 minutes into the game, and is pretty much. Yeah, it's a pretty big lead, and he's almost got his mythic complete, so he's a pretty happy boy right now.
Our entire game, I didn't even know if you realized this, guys.
What did we not realize, Mr. Kinetic Scoundrel Low? In fact, I think there is so much not to realize here that I don't think that Kieran can even explain. But that's fine, because I'm here to explain some equally surprising things right here. I'm looking right here at Astralis, okay? Astralis, lads, you didn't have the best start to the split, but you're doing better as things go on, and I think there's still potential right here. So you've got to buckle up. If you are going to make playoffs, you're going to go up against adversity. You've been doing it the whole split. This game is a microcosm of the whole split, you know? So the whole split's been a little bit difficult. This is also a little bit difficult, but it's not done. It's not done just yet. Astralis going to be looking to make something happen, but oh my sweet, oh no, Misfits are doing it again. MagiFelix, he's going to be put to sleep in more ways than one. He's down in that mid lane, not going to be able to do anything there. Kobbe's going on Jester again, not the 1v1 once more. Kobbe with a flash on the Blade Caller there, that's nicely done. 1v1 going over in the favor of Misfits AD carry once again. It's all happening everywhere. Astralis, they're losing their marbles left, right, and center. Misfits diving tier 2 tower 14 minutes into the game. Oh my goodness, what am I witnessing? Misfits are really popping off in this one. They said, you know what, guys? We want this playoffs. We're going to go into it in a bang. And they've just done exactly that. This fight's been so long, MagiFelix has even respawned. Look at him. He TP back into the play, not going to find anything, but Misfits will be very happy with that one right there. 2-1-2 now over to Viteo. Finish that Mythic up as well. And you know what? Yone is a one-item Power Spike champion, not specifically the Mythic, but with the Berserker's Greaves, but he'll still be happy to pick up the normal shield bows. We're going to see the sad, sad tale of Magic Felix in this mid lane. So easy to dive on top of that Syndra. Astralis do try. Sorry, am I like? No, I'm good, Sorry. Astralis will try to collapse into that mid lane. But it's just, it's just not really happening. Misfits coming out on top of the pen. Look, honestly, Kateo is just absolutely nutty here. And for Misfits, it's really, really good to see this kind of thing. And honestly, I can't wait to see more of it. Unfortunately, guys, we have lost this scoundrel. He has disappeared into the void. And as such, maybe he's not. Maybe he's back. I've been told maybe we have... No, okay, he's not here. He's wait, maybe he is. You know, okay, I'm just gonna hand this over to the adults here. You can take it away. Quickshot, please save me.
Can you not hear me, Foxy? Hello? Can you not hear me, Foxy? Hello? Yeah, I had to quickly. My sound driver crashed in the middle of the fight. Right.
Hello and welcome everybody, it's Quickshot and Ender here, taking over from Xscoundrel and Foxdrop. I apologize about changing Shoutcaster pair mid-game. Unfortunately, we do have some connection issues. To our British buddies, Xscoundrel and Foxdrop, thank you so much for joining us. Ender, hello, welcome to the caster desk. Let's quickly summarize the game. I know that you were just getting ready.
Look, I was sprinting around the studio. I've got half my makeup on, so I've missed a lot, Trevor. Catch me up to speed.
Well, as it stands, Misfits have been doing very well, playing proactively. And last week, one of the things we talked a lot about was how well Vito and Razork had comboed up. We'll continue the story in a moment, as Misfits are 2 dragons up, 4,500 gold. And Vito's Yone is so incredibly fed. 3-0-2 coming into the fight. Razork is inside the pit. This is the 3rd dragon of the game. Good
Zanzara, he got it!
Pulverize, the engage goes in. It's Zanzara that secures the dragon, but it will be the fight to Misfits. He managed to pick up one, it's not done yet. There's the dash in from Kobe. Manages to close out the 2nd of the fight. Now turn their attention to the bottom lane tower.
I mean, all things considered, not too bad for Astralis. They only lose 1 kill, or 2 kills to the one that they got, and they get the Drake as well. A good smite combo there from Zanzar, using the true damage of Azir to lock that one down. So Astralis are going to hold on to this game for now and delay that soul by at least 5 minutes.
The point that I was trying to finish out there, Ender, is that Razork and Vito are comboing up very well with the support of the rest of the team. I think one of the things that's standing out to me over the course of the last 18 minutes is just how on the same page Misfits have looked. Very well coordinated, and here's a team fight replay that'll help accentuate that at the back end.
Yeah, and again, Astralis just trying to buy some space to get Zanzara into the pit. Calms it down very nicely. Vander's engage is very good going on forward here, but you see the 0 counterplay Everfrost into ultimate there from Magic Felix helps shut down Vito, and Vito was so much the gold, I believe, for this Misfits team. Once he's out of here and a turret in the way, Misfits just aren't able to chase it on too far forward. So even from behind, you do have to credit Astralis for putting together that play to get that steal.
And now it's going to be a more difficult situation for Astralis. They managed to steal the Drake, which you highlighted, and it buys them some time. But the team composition from Misfits and the way that they have played the last 20 minutes of the game, they have been proactive, they've been forward-facing, they've got themselves 2 towers to 0 already. They are willing to fight. I will admit, when I saw the Yone locked in, I got real nervous, because the last time that happened for Misfits, it was against SK, and Vito just got dumpstered. This time around, 4-2-3 and looking very good.
Yeah, and Vito has to play weak side of the map right now. With the rest of his team going up towards Herald, you could see the idea Astralis had of sending 4 or 5 people down towards that bottom side of the map, see if they could maybe catch out that Yone. Unfortunately for them, Vito a little bit too aware of the situation and does back up, but now Astralis with that pressure from the bot river. We're setting up around mid lane. There is a Zhonya's on Razork though, so he has tools to stall.
Oh, let's see how much time he can buy. We'll just last second save on the Hourglass. The Shockwave comes out, and There's the kill secured, but here with the re-engage, the tower being focused down by Jeskla. Knockup comes in from Vander, and Kobbe is the one that gets the kill. Astralis still backing away. That's their first tower of the game.
Yeah, that's a big one for them. It will be traded on the bottom side of the map. VTO will knock that one down, and there's still the Rift Herald sitting in Razork's pockets. They're going to be able to use that to break one of these inner turrets later on into the game. Still, though, from what we've seen just in the last couple of minutes, a couple of nice plays put together there from Astralis. Chain CCing that Lilia. Razork had almost no chance to use that Zhonya's until it was pretty much too late, just on 1 HP. A Chilling Smite was enough to finish him off. So if Astralis can continue to use these plays when they have a numbers advantage, use that Syndra CC combo down with Aurel, it can be pretty tough to deal with here for Misfits. And if you can start to chunk away, get a shutdown, big gold worth on that Kai'Sa, these are the ways to try and get back into the game.
Oh man, it's going to be such an uphill battle, and who on earth is going to deal with VTO's Yone? He's just picked up the Infinity Edge. Going to be pushing the side lanes, has the ability to do so. We saw him just pick up that bottom outer turret. And I think from the Misfits perspective, how do you see them playing out the rest of this game with the gold lead, the dragon lead that they have, and obviously the very farmed Yone?
Yeah, well, I think Misfits are primarily going to look to play around the pressure of VTO in a side lane. It seems like he could pretty much match up against anyone that faces him on Astralis, so Misfits need to make sure that they can support him to get that push off, because he can only really go up towards the tower if he knows where Astralis are on the map. You saw when his team was playing away from him, he had to be very cautious, and he could only actually take the turret in the bot side when all 5 members of Astralis were seen towards mid. So look at your minimap right now. You see Vander walking into the top side jungle with Razork not too far behind to set up the vision to allow VTO to push on forward and maybe steal away any jungle camps as they spawn as well.
Vander has been very, very bold this game.
Or just do the Baron, Trevor, why not?
There you go. The pressure from VTO and the advantage that Misfits have accrued means they're inside the Baron pit. Vander will try to play interference for the time being. Teleport has now been broken as White Knight will pop himself into the river. Misfits, they're sticking to this. It's going low. This could be a 50-50. Dash away at 2,000
on the flank.
HP. A hero with the engage, the unstoppable force. The dash forward to the killer instinct. Kobbe gets knocked away from a barrel and he's taken down. That's not what Misfits are wanting. But VTO on the side lane manages to counter the AD kill. Zanzara picks up Vander. So far, 2 for 1 in favor of Astralis, but Astralis are split up in focus. The exhaust will slow down the re-engage and the damage from Razork. And in a 3v4, Misfits are now looking for more.
I mean, Astralis come away with 2 kills. They were able to single out Kobbe in a very spread out fight, with VTO only finding 1 member, still too low HP. VTO goes back in.
So much damage onto Zanzara, but here comes the re-engage from White Knight. Manages to pick up the kill. The support from Astralis is paying off.
Big kill on VTO, huge shutdown on Kobbe. I didn't catch who exactly picked up the money on that one, but I'm sure we'll be able to see it during the replay. That's going to be a Void Staff completed by Magifelix in mid, so you can see trying to shrink down on some of the goal differences in the carry positions, because that's where the big gap is, mid lane and AD carry. But hey, if you're instantly blowing up the AD carry and the mid laner is off assassinating 1 player on the opposite end of the fight, those differences don't matter so much.
Man, Kobbe was really feeling bold there, dashing into 3 members of Astralis. I think it was Magifelix that picked up the kill credit. We'll check it out now in the replay.
Yeah, we'll look at this one, because again, the setup at the start looks good. Misfits are on the Baron. Zanzara doesn't really have a great way into the pit. A huge scat of the week actually disrupts Vander's entire engage. While here it goes in, VTO is on the wrong side of the fight. Kobbe gets in, gets rooted, gets CC'd, blasted. You can't even see him because the other picture is above it. But then on the other side, of course, Razork and VTO, the 2 damage dealers still left in the fight, they're 2v1ing 1 player, so they're not going to be able to help out here too much. And you can see that if the fight was all together, I think Misfits, of course, are going to walk away with it. Magifelix just barely survives, even when they have the numbers advantage on the left hand of the fight. But still, this gold lead shrinks a little bit. Now it's just 4K. The Baron still left up here. Astralis have some signs of life.
What do you think of the team composition here from Astralis? They're in a deficit, and fortunately for Astralis, Misfits have donated some plays their way, right? They've overcommitted to a few engages, and Astralis have been able to pick up some kills, but with the deficit they're in and the comp they're facing against, how will they do? We're going to find out as Vander's going all the way
mid
forward.
lane.
Kobbe's got the killer instinct.
Let's hear it.
Pulled the trigger. Here it has not got the ultimate available just yet. Will finally pop
Zoom,
it.
zoom!
Manages to catch Jeskla. What goes up must come down. Here it is buying so much time, but nobody has fallen just yet. VTO with the engage and is forced to dash away. Not going to be able to find the kill, and now it's up to Astralis. They have the option to repel this attack.
Yeah, they've still got the ultimate coming out of Magic Felix, the Magnet Storm from Promise Q as well. And we've seen that Rel ultimate be team fight winning so many times here in the LEC. Just the ulti there for Kobbe. So Misfits with not the same firepower. If there were to be a fight, it would be that Vanderflank. See him chilling out over towards the blue buff. If he could get around, if he could find the backline of Astralis that doesn't have access to the Feather Storm, that would be a deal breaker. But it looks like both teams are going to back away.
So crucial. Everything Astralis have needed to do to buy time, they've been able to. They've been able to interrupt and punish Misfits' decision-making. And I'm going to go back to that question as we're now entering the second, third item phase. What do you make of scaling on this comp?
Well, I think on paper, you look at Misfits and they have so many good things going for them, right? You got like infinite scaling with the Scion on the HP in the top lane. He already went for the Gargoyles. He's just trying to be this giant meat shield in the front line. Like jungle roll, you have some good scaling too. I mean, I think Vito and Kobbe also have very strong scaling, especially in 1v1 situations the later we get into the game. The one concern I have for Misfits is this Syndra, because there's so much upfront burst damage and the range, the CC combination between Scatter the Weak and Everfrost, and you're dealing against, you know, the 3 damage dealers on Misfits, all very limited in their range. It's very easy to snipe one with CC, instantly blow them up, and then Astralis win the fight. So on paper, you favor Misfits in pretty much every single role, but the way this game plays out, if Astralis can find the right fights like they've found for the last 8 minutes, well, it could be a very different story, Trevor.
It's very true. When you think back to the last few engages, once the CC has been stacked and layered, it doesn't matter how much damage you have. And Kobbe, playing very bold and forward, has been punished. That's where his 1 death has come from. But we're 2 minutes away from the Soul, and Baron has been a bait, a carrot on a stick here for Misfits. They've tried to force Astralis' hand twice. Both times, Astralis has been able to mostly come away from the situation somewhat favorably. They've prevented the Baron and they've managed to pick up some kills. And right now, Misfits, they reveal their hand by popping that Swell
Yeah,
Seed.
BTO needs to be in the fight. He can't be going off on a solo mission on the side of one. If Misfits can get a controlled fight where they see everyone in front of them and it's not these skirmishes going all over the place, well, then you almost have to favor them off of the itemization here. That's a big sweep, though.
Jessler's going to get caught out. Feather Storm up into the air. Here comes the engage from here.
Oh,
Gets the knockback.
man!
BTO follows up with fantastic damage from the Fate Seal. Kobbe is trying to fire away, forced to flash back to his own team. White Knight flashes away defensively himself, and Promise Q will get popped down by here. 2 quick kills. It was the sleep that set it up. It was Misfits that are trying to close this one out. Now Zanzarah running for his life. The Blooming Blows comes in and Kobbe picks up yet another. Magi Felix, the last man standing, unable to defend the base.
Oh, Razor's going to try to chase him down. Vander on the hunt as well. Magic Felix has a turret, and that's just about it. But man, here at Scion is just disturbing. Channeling forward on that ultimate over and over, punishing poor Jeskla right the second he comes out of air on the Feather Storm. And Misfits are going to turn it straight around for the Baron.
2-0-7 for Hirit on the Scion. He's managed to time his engages flawlessly, catching Jeskla out despite that ultimate of hers, throwing her up into the air. And I think something that's important to call out here is, again, this approach in this playstyle. Misfits, they are playing this bold. They are playing this a little bit reckless, if you will. Throwing themselves at Astralis, and because of their gold lead, because of the champions that they do have, they are making it work. But keep your eyes on Jeskla. He's the one that gets tagged and caught out.
Yeah, Razork with a really nice E there. I mean, it looks like he's trying to juke away from the W from Kobbe, but then here we go, here it goes in. He cannot be stopped whatsoever. VTO goes flying in on the combination as well. So that poor Xayah, once she went up, she never came down. She died and she was still airborne in this fight. Misfits, of course, from there can go ahead and chase down and pick up all the kills in the world, but I just love that. What a beautiful fight for Misfits.
It really was, and I didn't actually know that Xayah could legitimately fly. You don't see that very often. But it was the crowd control that we talked about, and Astralis this time around, unable to get Jeskla out. He was flashless because of all previous engages, and that means Misfits get super minions in the middle lane. They pick up the Baron buff, and when they were backing and spending all that hard-earned gold, the second Cloud Drake was picked up by Astralis.
Yeah, look at here. He's just standing being a nuisance, buffing up those minion, those super waves. And he has that ultimate if he ever wanted to look on the flank. Now they're going to change roles, because again, if he's trying to dive a tower here, he'll be in the front. But Misfits, they want it. Vito has his ult.
Vito's looking for it, holds on to it for now. No fates unsealed. Magic Felix playing way back. He's so afraid to engage. The pop-up comes in from Vito, killing spree onto Zanzara, and his GA is going to get popped. Now Razork, he picks up the second of the fight. Promiscu is the target. Vander manages to find Jeskla. He's holding on to his flash for now. The feathers, they fly, they take down Vander, but Misfits do not care. They have pummeled Astralis into their base, into their fountain, and here it goes unkilled. In 30 minutes, Misfits turn their attention to the Nexus as Vito and Razork will close that one out. Here it just styling on Astralis, and Misfits pick up their third win in a row.
It's a critical win, too, for Misfits to keep alive in the hunt for playoffs. They've been turning around these last couple of weeks. Now sitting right on the cusp, trying to make their name the 6th to enter into the playoffs after next weekend. A win like that, you have a lot to be happy with.
You absolutely do, especially with Schalke dropping the game earlier today. That 3-horse race for 6th is going to get very interesting. Welcome back to the Berlin studio. Just want to give another shout out again to Excoundrel and Foxtrot. Apologies for the connection issues interrupting their second cast of the day. Andrew and I will be bringing you the games for the remainder. I didn't know you could do half a game. That's new to me.
It's a new one.
That's a new one.
It's kind of fun, though, you know? It's like 3.5 game day.
I feel like I'm so out of the loop, though, because I don't have the story set up. You know?
Well, I think the way we do it from now on is halfway through a game, if Vedia starts talking about
Just
Nocturne, we just swap him out. We just mute his mic.
Agreed.
Slot us in.
Here, player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter, Razork, Vito, and Kobe. I do think it was impressive to see how Misfits approached that game. Let's see if they can keep it up. After the break, it is time for our match of the day.
It's the match of the season.
As G2 Esports and Rogue fight for sole position of first.
Fantastic video, and G2 Esports versus Rogue is the fight that has defined the season so far. And today, the top teams face off in what could be a preview of the finals. Rogue have never beaten G2 in the regular season. Verius, is today the day?
Could be.
Nice, keeping that hype.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I know, I was on the edge. I sat there and I wanted to say no at first, but then at the same time, I've been really impressed with how Rogue have been not only developing throughout the years, but also this split. I think that we're going to talk a lot about today how they've had different approaches to how they approach the game in terms of their draft, and I think that coming into today's matchup, they're going to have something prepared to take down the Titans of G2.
Yeah, that's definitely the key. I think that Rogue's shown so many different play styles. We talked about it in the first few weeks, especially with globals, team fights, solo lane, winning solo lanes, winning jungle matchups, early game, late game. They played it all.
They did, talking about marquee matchups all across the board, of course, but as per usual, we're going to look towards the mid lane. Caps versus Larssen. We talked so much about how Larssen is developing in front of our eyes and is taking so many steps forward as each week passes, but you got to be able to beat this guy if you want to make it to the top.
So what was funny was last year we had a clear contrast in mid lane styles, right? The heavy roaming from Caps versus the consistent, the guy that doesn't miss a CS, like he's, what, plus 12 CSD on average at 15, like that's what you would expect from him. But I think that Caps has been roaming a little bit less this split, but also we've been seeing a lot more involvement from Larssen. And I think that it's fair to say that as a player, he has been evolving and developing in a way to recognize some of his weaknesses in the past and try to catch up to the mid lane on the opposite side.
Yeah, Caps to me is more of an explosive player, but he's calmed it down a lot. I don't know if it's a tribute to the meta or things, but I remember Caps just picking Yasuo, going top and diving level 5 and stuff like this. But now the meta's changed to a point where Syndra rise the meta. Either you can go split push or you can go team fight. So I think Caps has definitely not been able to do as much roaming as he probably would want, but I don't think he's outmatched by Larssen at all in the lane phase, although Larsen's stats are really high. I would attribute that to more Azir and more late game scaling picks, which just win lane.
And also you cannot ever exclude the rest of the team from the players in the mid lane, especially that jungle combination, Jankos versus Inspired. Fantastic matchup as well. I did want to talk specifically about how the teams are coming into this week. G2 had an insane week 6. They were versus Vitality and Fnatic. They absolutely stomped all hell out of both teams. It was crazy. But Rogue, on the other hand, has also shown strong things and had actually their most active week yet in terms of kills combined, kills per minute, actually the highest out of any team in week 6. I wonder if that's a bit of a preview and a bit of a preparation going up versus a team like G2, Kate.
Yeah, definitely. Being so bloody to the point where you're actually the highest killing team in the league, that's so important because I think that comes down to jungle support moving around the map. And like you said, Jankos versus Inspired is the key here, and I think the supports, I've said it a lot, support diff does mean the jungle diff. And I think that if both these supports match up with their junglers, mid lane is obviously the focal point, because I think that whichever mid can get the prio and move to sides is going to be the one that can impact the map. But I think the jungle support are the key to unlocking that, and the bloody game will come from the jungle support.
Yeah, last time we saw these guys playing a couple of weeks ago, it was a very, very good game as well. We're going to be covering the picks and bans at the analyst desk, so let's start by talking about a couple of things we may see. In ReadyCheck, of course, Kate, we looked at the draft and what they played last time.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest pick in this series is TF. I think both these mid laners like TF a lot.
Series, not a series yet.
Oh, series. Well, game.
Yeah.
This game itself.
wish.
I wish it was a series. Maybe the finals. But to me, this best of one, I think TF is the most important pick to me. I think both these mid laners play it. It impacts both side lanes really well, and it unlocks 1-3-1 and so many different types of comps that you can run. Winning top, winning bot, winning jungle matchup, anything TF slots in.
I think Rel is also going to be a really big pick. I think that we've already seen how powerful it can be, but the fact that Mickey got it last week against Fnatic, I think he won't get it again. But also huge credit to Trimby and how he has been developing as a player. We saw him primarily on engaged supports at the beginning of the split, things like the Rakan. On his very first game was not the strongest, but I think that he has been moving in strength to strength. And I think that putting him on a strong playmaker is also going to be important. So I think that Alistar could be a highly contested pick as well as we get ever closer to the draft.
Yes, we get into the draft right now. Soon we will see what champions both teams will pick to hopefully for Rogue get that first win in the regular season over G2's.
Oh.
Let's go! G2 versus Rogue. Match of the day. There's so many mini games in this draft in terms of who's gonna oust out who in the draft. Support, for instance, Trimby, we just mentioned him. The guy's played the most unique champions out of anyone in the league. So, yeah, I'm expecting some spicy stuff.
I think that he's shown quite a bit of flexibility, and I also think that, as Kate was saying earlier, Rogue have been trying out a wide variety of styles. And we know that both teams felt quite strongly about how the draft played out last time. I think both teams were in agreement that G2 not only executed well, but they had the stronger draft. And I know that they're going to want to get revenge here on the red side today.
Yeah, definitely Rogue. Last time these two teams faced each other, Rogue was playing more scaling, a lot more hold on and get to the mid to late game, try to lose as little as possible and then win the team fights, which they did in the end, but they lost way too much before that point. They had inhibitors down, Nexus turrets were falling. They were winning team fights, but G2 just split them up a lot. And they're going to go for the first pick, Jhin, which is interesting to me because lots of OPs are open here. You've still got things like the Azir, which Larssen doesn't have.
Lilia also open. Perhaps G2 have an answer for it, but we know that Inspired is more than happy to play that champion, and he gets a lot of jungle advantages in the early game with how well he works with where he has pressure on a champion that can just speed roll through the jungle extremely quickly.
Yeah, we've seen so many different things from the Rogue bot lane. We've even seen things like the Zyra Rakan and now the Caitlyn coming out into the Jhin. So
Lux maybe?
That's a Caitlyn Lilia, so they're saving third pick for the support, which means that you can either counter pick G2 support blind pick, or you can pick a support on 3 like Lux, you said, and ban away 2 counters, things like the hook champions, which naturally counter Lux, Nautilus, Blitzcrank, and Thresh already taken out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Of course, Jhin is also what Reckless played last time up against the Vayne coming out of Hans Sama. This time around, it's going to be a Caitlyn and a Lucian.
There it is, and there's Larssen Azir, which might get locked in as well. So I think the aggression coming out from G2 is the same as it was the last time these two teams met. But I think Rogue have a little bit more to work with in terms of the Lilia Caitlyn, a lot more early game, a lot lot more aggressive lanes.
This comp already, though.
Yeah, this is the problem.
Yeah.
If they do lock in the Azir, Caitlyn, is he going to go for the Azir?
Don't talk about the hovers. What do you want? Yeah.
Okay, he went for the Azir. I was wondering there for a second. It's the best pick there for sure. I mean, the thing is here, like Freddy said, there's so much range. Caitlyn Azir into Lucian. If Lucian dashes in once, he's already outmatched in range. If he has the culling on cooldown or anything like this, it's going to be really hard for him to team fight, especially when you're rolling things like the Nidalee and Jhin. So now I think what I'm looking at here is the support pool, because like we said, the Caitlyn needs a range support, something like the Lux, the Karma, the Morgana, and G2 can ban those things away, but Rogue can also ban away the hook champions like Mickey X and the Blitzcrank. Needs to be taken away if you're going to play this kind of
One of the things that G2 had as well last time was the ability to counter pick. So they could also guarantee themselves winning matchups. This time around, they can't do that. Rogue can actually save their top lane pick for the very end, and they can guarantee a winning top side, which means that you could have pressure bots. You have to be careful in the 1v1, but they could also have pressure top, which means that they could have 2 winning matchups along with Lilia to set them up for a strong early game and a strong scaling late game team fight.
Yeah, I think what G2 could do here is ban away something like the Morgana and then blind pick the Alistar. But I think Rogue banning away blind pick tops from G2 or counter-pick tops from G2 so that they can last pick their support. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Rogue blind pick top here on 4, something like a Sion maybe, some kind of frontliner for
What about a
Lomne.
Shen? Would Shen fit here?
I think GP being open means that Shen is really
True,
hard to
that's a
play
good
into.
point,
Again,
yeah.
especially when you're playing Caitlyn Azir, GP ults can be a bit annoying. So I think Rogue might be last picking support here.
Well, Gragas, of course, banned out, which is a flex for both teams in the top lane and in the support role. But we'll see what the last ban will end up being. I'm really excited to see what's. I have an inkling that the support search is going to be wacky, but maybe we end up with a Tahm Kench. So,
Seraphine ban.
yeah.
Okay, so I guess, as you rightly said, Shox, the Tahm Kench could act as a good answer to the Morgana, if it does come out, of course. But as you also highlighted, Kadra, it seems that they're going to save that for the last pick, and they're just going to get themselves a blind, strong top side of the map with the Gnar.
Makes a lot of sense. What do you blind pick in support here? I mean, the things like Alistar and Leona are open. You could play it safe and blind pick something like a Karma, because if they last pick Morgana, Karma is actually good into it. So maybe a blind pick Karma could work here. I like the fact that G2 have picked up frontline. We saw Quinn before from G2, and they played these aggressive lanes. But Leona blind pick makes the most sense. It doesn't get as punished as the Alistar. But now the question is, are they going to go for the Morgana?
Relatively hard team to lock down, I would say, also, on both sides, actually.
I think Braum could be really insane. Because then it just adds to the already long range the Rogue have when it comes to the late game. Your lane will suffer a little bit, but I think that in regards to the whole comp, it just makes the game that much harder for G2 to play into the later game.
Yeah, definitely. But they did go for the Morgana. I think you were right in your point, Vedius. Having Braum against Lucian Jin Nidalee could have been a good strong point, but Caitlyn not winning lane isn't really a Caitlyn. So they've locked the Morgana. They have a winning bot. They have a very, Caps on the Lucian is going to be so aggressive with the Larson, so I would argue a losing mid in a sense. And top's another fight by the fact that they don't have the push. They have a range matchup to a mini matchup. But this draft, I'd say both drafts are even. Rogue definitely outscaling here. But G2 running back what they ran before. Instead of having the Quinn, they've got a tank top, but they have a lot of early game there.
I'm really excited about this bot lane matchup. I think that Rogue have a strong ability to get a lot of plates early. I think the early Rift Heralds are going to be very important for Rogue. The sooner they can get those towers down, the sooner they can get this Caitlyn roaming around the map. I think the early game is going to be super important. We're guaranteed for a banger, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the mid jungle for G2 here. You can't really go top side. They have to go bot, but Rogue have a winning bot lane. So keep your eyes on Caps and Jankos.
Let's see, the stage is set for this fight for first as G2 and Rogue hit the ring.
Welcome to the match of the season here, G2 versus Rogue. Straight out the gates, and I just want to get your take on these two team compositions, because to me, they are quintessential G2 and quintessential Rogue. G2 want to get scrappy and skirmish, and Rogue want to be in control and dictate the pace.
Exactly, and you heard the analyst desk talking about it too before the draft, setting up this idea that in, more chaotic early game states, that's exactly where G2 are going to be at home. So I think the real test for Rogue, hey guys, by the way, is to see if they can play that pressure game, the controlled game where there's not a lot of fighting, but it's more about controlling minion waves and using that pressure, of course, to gain an advantage. Because Rogue, they're the farmers of the LEC. They get their advantages through just good, downright laning.
Scary thing for me is that Rekkles does not think particularly highly of that playstyle. In the video that we had just before the analyst desk picked up and did the draft, he talked about good teams will just fight you. They'll just skirmish with you. And when we see G2 and Fnatic, we see exactly how well, Fnatic and G2 fight. They just get heavy kills.
Yeah.
Now, if Rogue are going to try that style, which they don't want to with this comp, they need to maintain control. They cannot allow G2 a window into the game.
Yeah, exactly. Rogue, there's a reason why, if you look at the regular season here, record between the two teams, Rogue 0-9 up against G2, and I think that's a little bit of the idea that Rekkles was talking about in that video, is that frankly, against the best teams, they will surprise you. They'll find those edges, those windows you give, and they can punish you in them. But you can already see some really solid early laning from Larson with the level 2 advantage over Caps, and showing why Azir is the champion, synonymous with Larson, the best Azir in Europe.
Larson played the Azir last time Rogue and G2 met. Was able to drag that game out to 50 minutes, but Kadra was talking about it. So keep your eyes on Caps and Jankos. You can see Caps getting bullied for the time being. It's what you expect in the early stages of the game, as Jankos he's beginning to clear out his camps. And I think in the Nidalee versus Lilia matchup, you really want to see an impact from Jankos. You really want to see him get involved in the early stages of the game because we know how powerful Lilia can be if she goes unchecked.
Yeah, the playstyle of G2 is very much the extension of Jankos' playstyle as a jungler. He definitely wants to get involved in the same way that Inspired is more playing around the pressure of his lane. So we'll see what Jankos is going to be able to do because you look around the map, it is 3 pushing lanes for Rogue. And that is something that I think is so unique about the way that Rogue approach the game and the way that they draft is somehow they continue to get away with these drafts where they have 3 winning or 3 pushing lanes early on and then also outscale their opposition. You can see Larssen just putting a beating on Caps. Caps is going to have to go back to base and reset. And without mid lane pressure, without Jankos being able to access Caps and say, hey buddy, let's run up to top lane, well, it becomes so much more challenging for Jankos to get a gank off because that Gnar can be slippery and a bot lane with a black shield, it's impossible to play against.
It absolutely is. Jankos and Inspired on nearby. This is going to turn into a 2v2 as Caps is just running down Larssen. First blood picked up solo, and now Inspired will be the next target. He's trying to run away. No flash available, and the spear is sidestepped. I mean, literally same place, same time, but at the end of the day, it's G2 that strike first.
Look, Larssen wasn't able to get back to base with the TP. He was trying to get Inspired into the play, but with the scrappiness, well, that's where G2 are going to thrive, and even the flash wasted there by Larssen is going to be lost. And if you actually go back in time and look at the best of 5 that these two teams played in the semifinals in summer of last year, it was all about the mid lane matchup. Caps and Larssen, there were the Akali picks all over the place, and they were solo killing each other, flip-flopping every single game. And the outcome of the mid lane determined the outcome of the game. And honestly, I was expecting it to be different in this one, but already Caps with the upper hand. That'll be huge for G2.
Especially when you think about the draft, that Larssen opted into this matchup, right? And we saw that play, Inspired and Larssen trying to jump onto Caps. Jankos just happened to be in the right place at the right time. As we haven't really looked too much at the bottom lane, as we do see Trymbi, by the way, on his 11th unique champion in 14 games here in the LEC. Definitely been one of the players that has stepped up and helped take Rogue to the next level, but reminder that Rogue won the regular season in summer last year. They've not picked up a regular season win against G2, and right now they're down first blood, but even on gold because of those 3 pushing lanes that we talked about.
And you'll notice that Rogue are deciding to let this lane push into them because their jungler was taking a reset. Jankos they knew was on the bottom side of the map. Now, as the resets come through, Inspired comes around, like, okay, let's push out this wave and take a reset for ourselves. And I would quickly like to look back at that middle lane because the one key difference, even though Caps did get the first blood and kill Larssen, was because Caps used his TP before the play happened. Caps has not been able to go back to base. So the item difference in mid lane is actually favoring Larssen still the HP, the mana, again, in the Rogue mid laner's favor. So he's going to continue to play forward here, and that's why I'd love to see Mickey get in the area off of the reset. He's going to look for a play around mid.
Gonna be able to find Inspired in just a moment. Flash forward into the Zenith Blade. Shield of Daybreak picks up the kill, and the culling allows Caps to pick up the second, flawlessly executed.
That is just beautiful. That's everything you need to see out of Mickey coming off that play. Because again, the lane, after the solo kill, was going to get a little bit rough. Now Jankos is on the ward.
Oh, Odoamne is going to hop away to safety. Got a flash available, gets away from at least the first spear as Jankos swaps into Cougar form. And despite taking a damage from Odo, it will be Wunder that picks up the final blow. I'm a little sad right now, but you cannot discount how good G2 are at their style, and Rogue drafted a team composition that is their preference, that is about control, that is about maintaining an advantage and building it up through pressure. But right now, they've just been jumped on and they've been ganked in both their solo lanes.
Playing the game style of, you know, small wins, the victories over CS, jungle camps, turret plates, etc., always comes at the risk that, well, if you leave yourself open, if you're always pressing forward on the map, you are going to be vulnerable at times. And G2 are the team to see that and to pounce. You can see exactly what G2 have been talking about, and a consistent talking point against Rogue. Even last year during the regular season, teams didn't really feel like they were the best team in the LEC, even though they were at the top of the standings and ended up getting first place. No, it was, well, once the playoffs come around, that's all going to change. And I do feel like this year it has been very different. Rogue, with the addition of Odoamne in the top lane especially, have just looked near untouchable in a lot of their games here. But G2 are showing the kinks in the armor.
They absolutely are. The one thing I do want to highlight, though, is it's only a 600 gold lead, despite 3 kills. And CS advantage in the top lane, there's a small advantage on the way to Larssen as that wave is pushing into him. And Inspired is still farming up relatively well. Now, he hasn't been able to get involved in the kill as Jankos will pounce over the wall. Zenith Blade manages to get Mickey onto Trimby, but Jankos cannot and will not use the flash just yet, so Trimby gets away with his life.
Trevor, I promised you before the cast I wasn't going to meme the Nidalee Spears, but that one really should have hit. That was a CC target. End of story.
I stand to be corrected, but I think Jankos has a lower accuracy on CC targets than moving.
You know what? That would not surprise me one bit. Now, Inspired was seen on the controller when he was clearing out his red buff. That's why G2 were setting up the play towards the bottom side. It still gets the flash off of Trimby. You will see, though, Inspired using that information to waltz on into the enemy jungle and take away a blue buff. But the response is already coming out from G2. Caps, Jankos have realized it. Mickey also on the way, but it feels like Lilia is maybe a little bit too speedy. He'll be able to skate up the river and get out of dodge no problem, and hopefully see that ward. But if she uses the blast cone, that ward may go unseen for a long time. All right, he got it. Well done, Inspired.
Have to clear out the vision when you walk over it. Does so this time round, despite G2 having full information. And this is a really interesting game state where we are as we approach 10 minutes, because despite the fact that Rogue are still really close and competitive, because G2, almost every single proactive move they've made has paid off, you feel like they are just in control. Inspired will not contest the Rift Herald because Larssen was just arriving back in mid lane.
Yeah, Jankos is going to be able to get that one. That's the type of playmaking you need to see. I like Inspired just dropping a Q on the minion wave, making sure Larssen can fully shove that into the tower, see if the Raptor camp is going to be up. I think Hansama was able to get a turret plate in the bot side solo as well while that play was going on. There you go, you can see it. And now maybe we deny some minions from Rekkles. Jankos already on a beeline towards bottom lane. No TPs ready for the soul laners, but it is Larssen on the move first.
Did look like Caps was following him. It's not going to lead to a tower dive just yet. Rogue will be content to start off the first dragon of the game. Jankos is nearby and could contest. You see some support from Caps, but too late, no vision in the river. Don't want to step into the dock.
You will see the difference, though, in how these two junglers are approaching it. Like, Jankos is almost trying to invite a fight coming up towards the top side of the map. Here, though, Inspired, he knows he has full prio in bot and in mid lane as well, so it's a very easy secure on that Ocean Drake. And I think that, as far as Rogue are concerned, especially with solo plates going on to Hansama, they're feeling very good about themselves. I'd love to see the gold. Yeah, there you go. 400 gold advantage for Hans on the bot side of the map. Exactly what you want to see with a Caitlyn Morgana lane. And I think that Morgana is going to offer a lot of value to Rogue the later we get into this one, because out of jungle and mid lane, there's no real CC coming through from G2. G2 have to figure out some way outside of the Sion ultimate to bait out that Black Shield, and it's likely going to be, you know, Rekkles with his W trying to snare someone up, bait that Black Shield, because once that goes down, that's when the floodgates open. That's when Wander and Mickey can come flying in off their flanks as well. But while the Black Shield is ready, it becomes much more challenging for them to press that go button.
It's going to be interesting to see the target selection for Trimby, because he's got one Black Shield, and he's got himself Inspired, Larssen, or Hansama as all potential targets. And of course, execution of those team fights will be crucial. We are still as even as the game can be in terms of power. It's 3 kills to 0, with the dragon in Rogue's back pocket. It's the first dragon that G2 have lost in over a week. They got all 7 Drakes in the games they played last weekend. They're looking more and more dominant. And I think that's important to call out, because Rogue, I think, started spring looking very strong. And they've diversified their champion pools, and they've tried a few things out here and there. But G2 are looking more and more terrifying with each passing week. And this game could be a preview of the finals. This game could be the #1 and #2.
I think it is, Trevor. I'll say it right now. Here we go. Mickey goes in.
Let's find Larssen this time around. The curtain is called. Defensive flash from Larssen. He manages to escape with the help of the Sand Soldiers, but the 4th shot, and Jankos pouncing into the fray. The stun will catch out Trimby. He's trying to root down 2. Jankos is able to escape, but he gets put to sleep, and Hansama's on the board. The first for Rogue. That's a dash forward for Caps. He manages to take out Trimby. Now Inspired Hansama running for their life. G2 are setting up for a dive.
It's a big fight there from G2. Jankos is around the tower looking to see what he can find for himself. He's going to end up walking out of this one, but G2 again seeing Larssen and absolutely bullying the man. 3 deaths in just 12 minutes, and it's because Mickey continues to target Rogue's mid.
That Leona pick is paying off for G2, but the team composition is exactly what you wanted to see. This is how G2 like to play the game. They like to pick those fights, like to put pressure all around them, and ideally get advantages through kills. You can see this one happening as Larssen will hold off the Rift Herald for the time being. And this is the first now meaningful gold lead, plus 1,400 at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, and you can see there, I mean, in this replay, even how frustrating Leona can be against an Azir, because the Zenith Blade lands, sure, you still knocked her away, but then what comes out after it? The Solar Flare, right in the middle of the animation there, so it's very challenging to escape if you are a Larssen, especially if the Black Shield isn't immediately ready, which it wasn't. Trymbi wasn't quite in range, and then stunned up against the wall. They tried to turn it around, but I think the sleep maybe runs out on Mickey a little bit early. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day, though, because Caps pumps out so much damage, and there's simply no threat left to put on him from the Rogue side.
And Caps 3-0, that color's about to pop. He's got the Essence Reaver already. And he's been able to just really bully Larssen. And
he's huge.
Ender, you talked about it. The last time these teams met in playoffs, it was the story of the mid lane. And it was whoever gets the advantage gets ahead. And we keep looking at Larssen. He is in the discussion being one of the best mids, but he needs to be able to take down Caps to be able to claim that title.
Yeah, and it started off with a solo kill again in this one. Caps coming back off of the TP. And we're going to see the game continue to be so focused around Caps from the G2 side, because the playmakers are absolutely Mickey, and then I think we're going to see Wunder get involved a little bit later on, but the fights are going to happen around Caps. Right now, it's the mid lane, but now that that turret is down, well, do we see Caps go into a side lane? Do Rekkles and Mickey post up around mid instead? And then can G2 find Rogue as they're rotating between lanes? Because that's where Rogue are going to be very, very vulnerable. If you look at Rogue's composition, they don't have the strongest front line available to them. Realistically, you have a Gnar with a Black Shield ready to keep him safe from being CC locked down here, but Rogue are going to run into an issue if they are playing from a significant deficit, if this continues to get larger and larger, and they have to find some way of getting vision around on the map. That's where G2 can hit them hard.
2,500 gold as we're now making our way out of the laning phase. A little bit more movement. Caps goes to the bottom lane. Do you start to consider this a significant disadvantage on the Rogue side?
A little bit, yeah. I still think Rogue have a lot of good scaling elements, but the thing is, G2, they've always been known for the 15 to 20 minute mark. And we're about to hit the 15-minute mark, and it's because G2 are the best skirmishing team the West has ever seen, quite frankly. So good at playing around vision, so good at getting into your jungle, and once again, we're seeing them on the hunt towards bot.
Mickey doesn't have the Solar Flare available. Trymbi may be forced to flash, gets rooted in place, and the culling just deletes him. I think holding on to that flash a little too long. Trymbi is obliterated, and now G2 will set up for their first Drake of the game.
Rumbling goes into the top lane. Wunder clears out the ward with the Dark Harvest, because why not on that side? Doesn't really get great use out of the other keystones in this melee versus ranged matchup, and G2 will be able to get the Infernal Drake. So very good stuff from G2, and again, we're going to see this get even worse for Rogue, it feels like, unless they can find some way to stop the bleeding, because right now the outer turrets are still up. And as soon as we see G2 playing off of the deep vision they have in the Rogue jungle, you know, when the blue buff spawn, they're going to be waiting there for the second Inspired tries to face check. When the Gromp spawn, the Raptor, all these timers are what G2 are going to start to think about in the next 5 minutes. And we may very well see this gold lead get even larger here.
I mean, G2 have earned this. They've taken every single kill. They've focused Larssen very, very heavily. In the last few minutes, Trymbi's just been caught out in the river. It's going to be very difficult for Rogue to play these fights from a defensive stance, but fortunately, with the Morgana, with the Azir, they do have some tools to fall back and push G2 away.
See, the thing is, 4 players from G2 are on the way. They have mid lane priority because they've got a duo there. Rogue, Trymbi, and Hans cannot be here.
They absolutely cannot. The spear goes out. That's another tag. Dash comes up from Rekkles, will not find the route. The Dark Binding buys some time. Rekkles is going to dash forward thanks to the Gale Force. Trymbi still got that flash from earlier, holds onto it, but the tower is gone, the pressure is done. Flash and heal used from Hans Sama. He simply cannot stand long enough because G2 members will look to kill him.
Caps gets a little tickle there and should be looking for a reset soon. I almost feel like there's a case to be made for leaving that outer turret up, because then Hans Sama and Trymbi can never find farm again effectively, but I think G2 are just probably going to run this same play back on the top side of the map. You can see, though, once you take down that mid lane tower with a duo there, so easy, just full shove the wave. Larssen can't do anything to try and respond. I think Inspired's best bet, drop the Herald here. But you can't very well go for a dive. Sion, far too tanky, even if you do kill him. He has the passive there to clear away any minions to finish off a kill and buy time for the rest of the team to respond. And you saw that too. Mickey, all the way around the world, goes down to bot lane, then sprints back up top to make sure a dive doesn't happen.
The scary thing for me is thinking about how Rogue get back into this game. They have to hold off. They cannot concede Baron. And it feels to me like a flank from Inspired or Odo, maybe one of the only ways, as Odo is now under a lot of pressure.
Oh, but he's baiting. Caps is right inside the fog of war right now. He's just barely seen, and Odo will back away. This is what I was talking about. We're going to see the playmakers of Wunder and Mickey go in where Caps is. So if you ever see that ultimate and it's not just the farm alarm, Caps better be right behind him.
He absolutely is. He's got himself the Gale Force completed. Odo's about to gnaw out, and Jankos unable to find Spear this time around. No support from the rest of Rogue. And Caps will just keep hammering away on the tower. It's very clear. G2 are looking for map domination and trying to push these waves in.
Here's the thing, though, is Rogue are responding to this attack so much better than the last time around the bottom lane, because now it's, you know, jungler trading pressure on the opposite side of the map, top laner backing away while they're able to take that turret. I actually really dislike using the Rift Herald in the bottom lane there. It's going to accomplish virtually nothing. It's just going to chunk out this tower, but Rogue are never going to be able to play for the spot lane tower. Not for a very, very long time, at the very least. And because this Lucian is so turbo-fed, it seems like it's not like Rogue have a good side lane answer to push in there and try to threaten for that inner turret for an eventual inhibitor. So I would have much rather seen that used around mid. That being said here, Rogue are not going to have any pressure on the map, it feels like, for a very long time outside of this red buff steal, because G2 are going to start that oppressive march forward towards Rogue's base.
Very good timing there from Larssen, but he still gets rooted. Jankos will not be able to find the spear as there's a flash away from Larssen. You may have just seen Hans Sama disconnecting from the game. As you know, we do play in delay for competitive integrity reasons. There was a pause a few minutes in the future of the live game. The players have resolved it and continued playing.
All right here, 4K gold for G2. There's an Everfrost on this Azir, which I think is a pretty clever pickup. Everfrost, of course, has been picking up a lot more popularity ever since the buffs to it. The Kindle gem making the build path nicer, the ratio a little bit bigger on that active and the cast time shorter too. And I think specifically into a champion like a Nidalee that wants to jump on you, well, you can CC her, so that means Jankos never enticed to go in. If Caps ever uses his dash, again, you can try to set up these types of things, even just self-peel against a Leona. All of these going to be good options for the Azir, because Rogue's comp is a lot about keeping range. And, well, they found Jankos.
They have indeed. He's going to flash over the wall, get put to sleep. And there's no further follow-up. Dark the snipe and the burn. It's Inspired that gets the kill. And that is very important on a champion like Ililia. Inspired still trying to make his impact on the game. It's been played around him. His lanes have been bullied. But now we're getting to the stage where he has to have an impact in these team fights and skirmishes.
I'm honestly shocked that he got the kill with the burn after the binding. Oh no! This TP in from Larssen doesn't look like G2 want to tango. Their jungler's off the map, so Rogue may be able to steal away this Drake, and that'll be huge for them. They've already got the Ocean, and for Rogue, it is all about biding their time.
G2, on the other hand, it's just push, push, push. Like, Caps is the man of the moment. 200 CS, 4 kills. He was able to pick up that solo kill despite junglers being nearby in the laning phase and has now taken over the game. I think it is very important to call out, though, that Larssen is still farming, is still very relevant, and can still have an impact. It's just significantly harder with the state of the rifts.
And look, we saw almost this exact same game play out the first time the two teams met this split. G2 got out to a huge early game lead. They had a very, side lane focused 1-3-1 style that didn't really have great team fight tools. And Larssen's Azir was able to find picks, was able to find a lot of kills and stall that game out for an absurd time, like 50+ minutes, something like that. Now this time I do think G2 have a more well-balanced team composition, so it should be easier for them to close, but you can never count Larssen's Azir out of a fight.
You can't, and in the previous game, Hans Sama was playing the Vayne. This time around, he's going to have a lot more range, a lot more safety at least, to try and stay at arm's length from the engages that G2 will throw down. But my eyes are still going to be on Trimby, the newest member to the team, the least experienced member. He's got a single black shield. And if he doesn't pick the right target once the AoE CC, the AoE engages come in, that can also be a game changer. If Larssen gets a couple extra seconds to stay alive, to reposition, to get the Emperor's Divide, it's going to be about execution, and it's going to be about information. They need to know when.
It absolutely is, because Rogue isn't like your standard front to back with the tank front line to sort of zone people away. No, it's a zone control composition with a lot of good abilities. Traps, Azir soldiers, even Morgana with her ultimate. All of these things are good at sort of keeping your opponents at arm's length, but it means that you have to be in the right position when you set up for a fight. You need to have your trap line set up so that you can't be flanked. Larssen has to be quick on that Emperor's Divide as well, and once these abilities go down, that give big windows over towards G2.
A lot of damage coming down onto Mickey. He's the target, forced to flash away. Does escape with his life. No further follow-up on the side of Rogue, but a couple of ultimates used.
Yeah, Rogue also have nasty chain CC, the sleep into a trap, all these things, but G2 just got damaged, man. Caps is out of his mind.
Underneath the tower, Caps takes one extra shot, and the damage from Hans Sama is huge. He's got 2 items completed already, but defending a tower is difficult.
Larssen,
against
how crazy is he feeling?
He's got no flash available. The Everfrost will buy some time, but look at G2's pathing. Caps going around, looking for the Tribush. Emperor's Divide, the slide, the glide. Larssen needs to buy some time. Sends out the Sand Soldier, but cannot interrupt Wonder. And Caps manages to support another kill for G2.
Larssen feeling a little bit too powerful there. Thought he had a good flank after Rogue dealt so much damage, but now it's just G2 inside of Rogue's jungle without a care in the world, finding these flanks. Caps is going to TP back onto the Rift. Do G2 want to go for an Insta Baron? I think that may be the play if there's not a fight here.
Oh, 20 seconds, no teleport. Larssen will be late to the party. Now Inspired, his ultimate may just about be available. He's got the flash if he needs to get inside the pit. The rest of Rogue, what is the call? Inspired north of the pit, the 3 members of Rogue making their way down.
It's so hard, it just has to be a Baron steal here because Odo has no rage built up. Trimby not with an ultimate, not in position, but Mickey is low.
Odo One, they're starting to charge up that Narbar. Baron is down to 2,000. Inspired's looking for it, he flashes forward and he's killed. G2 focus him down. The smite is removed as Mickey loses his life. G2 will be able to pick up the Baron. And now Curtain Call tagging Rogue members as they run away for their lives.
Yeah, you can see there G2 know there's no good way for Rogue to start a fight there outside of a really good binding coming in. It's these single target pick tools. So G2 say, let's go on the Baron. Mickey can sacrifice his life, and they were ready to instantly blow up Inspired the second he tried to get close to that pit. A good Baron execution and a better call there from G2 after getting the pick onto Larssen to get Caps back into the fight with the TP. Use that tempo, and at 24 minutes, my man's got 3 items and an extra crit cloak on top of that. Caps is completely fed out of his mind.
Look at the gold graph. You know, plus 2,000 gold on the closest member. And the next one is Hans Sama, who's spent most of this game sitting on the side lane. He's picked up 2 of the kills for Rogue and an assist, and so many plates as well. Remember that. But I think what is a big takeaway for me here is when you looked at these team compositions, when we came in and we looked at the way both teams play the game, the question you ask is, can Rogue contest G2? How far up has their ability grown since the last time they faced? They won the regular season last year. That's a blemish on G2's record. And today, G2 came in very focused, very stern, and they wanted to make a statement. They've been able to beat G2 beat Rogue while Rogue are playing their own style.
Yeah, there is exactly one blemish on G2's record since the LEC began, and that was losing the regular season last summer. Now, that on paper doesn't really mean anything, but if you guys were watching Carlos get interviewed last night by Code Miko, you know that losing anything don't feel too good to G2, so they don't want to let it happen this time around. These 2 teams tied in the standings, but G2 in a great position to jump out to a undefended first place.
Sole control of first is what G2 are pushing into the base for. Baron Empowered Minions will open up the mid inner turret. That's the 5th that they've been able to secure. Crucially as well, that'll be a 2-0 in the head-to-head. So if G2 drop another game, when it comes to these tiebreaker rules, that will give them an advantage in taking the first place when we head into playoffs and allow G2 the option of their opponents.
And Rogue, to go back to this idea of like, can Rogue contest G2? We've seen them, you know, just continue to improve and build off of last summer. And the biggest takeaway, I think, for them has been that they can play so many different styles. My question is, do we get to see all those in a best of 5, the fated best of 5 we expect these 2 teams to eventually play come playoffs time? Rogue have an arsenal. They have a playbook of a lot of different things they can throw G2's way. This was the very classic, you know, a lot of strong lanes that also scale well into the later stages of the game. And they were punished by some early scrappiness coming out of the G2 side, showing that G2 have the number. This would be the 10th loss in the row for Rogue up against G2 in the regular season. Down 5k gold. The best thing they can hope to do is stall out as the Baron buff goes away, and they still hold on to all their inhibitors.
I'm going to go back to something you said a little while ago, Ender, that you expect this to be the finals.
I do.
I agree. I expect Rogue to be better than the teams, well, every other team except G2. But I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm a little disappointed in this game. I think Rogue can play better than this. I think Rogue are able to challenge G2. And today, they weren't able to show it. I mean, the last time they played, it was 50 minutes. Yes, comps and G2 style have to be taken into consideration, but we know that Rogue can do better than they're demonstrating today. And you still have to give them some credit, right? They haven't just fallen over. As Inspired will get obliterated by Jankos. The Solar Flare catches Larssen. The Emperor's Divide does nothing to slow or stop G2. And despite Odo buying some time, the rest of G2 are collapsing, surrounding, and crushing Rogue's hopes. Odo will be the next target as he gets rooted down from a long range. A dash forward from the Gale Force. Another
Mickey again!
Zenith Blade. Every single tool lands. And G2 Esports are inside the base of Rogue.
Mickey showed up to play today, from the early roams to mid to again finding Larssen in these fights over and over and over. G2 are flashing onto Larssen. They're going to finish him off before this game is done. G2 are going to take down Rogue.
The uncontested first seed during the regular season. G2 Esports dominate Rogue, turn their attention to Inspired. Will there be some showmanship? It feels like there just might be. That was personal as Inspired picks up a kill onto Jankos. Watching his Nexus go down. G2 are your best team.
Just a quick little jungle dip before the Nexus explodes, but G2, they came in. And a big question for us was going to be, what style of game do we see played? Do Rogue get their controlled early game? Do G2 make it scrappy well? There were kills abundant, and it was off of early game wins from Rogue. Larssen was crushing that mid lane, then with the TP gets solo killed, and it all spiraled out of control.
The question I ask, those kills that were picked up in the early game, do you fault Rogue? Or is it great play from G2? You go back to those very early kills that unlock caps. Once caps was unlocked, the game was pretty much done.
Look, I think when you play against G2, you get swept up in the moment a little bit, because I felt like Rogue were going for more fights than I would expect them to play with a composition like this. I thought, like, Inspired went around mid lane because they thought they had a 2v1. Well, it wasn't. Jankos was there, and it's these types of things, G2 surprise you, and it's always something you have to be hyper aware of in a match.
It is crazy impressive from G2. Your Kia Player of the Game nominees at LEC on Twitter, Jankos, Caps, and Mickey will give you all the takeaways from G2's win as they've secured sole possession of first place.
I support Mickey now. I'm sorry, Odo. I'm sorry!
Let's see what SK can do today. The last time that SK Gaming was on a 5-game winning streak was in 2015.
Oh my.
In spring. They ended up finishing with a 7-game winning streak. And right now, they are looking in form. This roster is doing exceptionally well. Jezu and Treats are the players that are capturing the attentions of everybody. Kalista and Twisted Fate banned away by Vitality. Seraphine and Thresh removed from the pool.
Yeah, I think that Kalista ban's a smart one for Vitality. I think if you look in terms of the key draft differences in a game like this, it's primarily going to be about that bottom lane. Jezu and Treats, all about the highly aggressive, explosive 2v2 lanes you can get in the bottom side, whereas Crownshot has been far more reserved. 2 games on his signature Ezreal, a couple games on that Xayah 2 here for him. So that has definitely been the story of Vitality. It has not been so much about the early game in the bot lane for them as it has been for SK.
No, it has not. And Rell will be a very high priority pick. Treats has played that twice already. He's won both games that he played. And when he has his hands on a playmaker, you need to respect it. You need to be aware of what he can do in game. Team Vitality now can have to look for a reply. I'm very interested to see what Vitality can do because their record does not necessarily speak to the fear that so many of the other LAC teams talk about when they discuss how Vitality play in scrims and how they're performing off stage.
Yeah, everyone's pretty much rating them relatively equally with a lot of the teams that are in the 7 to 10 spot at the moment. So this is definitely a squad that can play spoiler for a lot of the teams trying to find their way into playoffs. Already immediate range scaling for Vitality. So trying to set up a team composition that can stay away from the Rell. And that is one of Rell's, I mean, I guess you could call it a weakness, is that getting all the way to the backline should in theory be difficult. Now with her flash crash down into the Magnet Storm, it hasn't always been realized, but now with 2 ways to push her away from a fight as well as some mobility themselves, it does give Vitality options. I wonder if we see the Alistar as the answer into the Rell. I think a lot of people have been fans of that, can knock her out of her crash down there. But as far as Vitality concerned, they need to build a composition now with the front line to support the scaling of this.
I love the fact that Tinks just locks in the Hecarim, sees the Azir, sees the Tristana, is like, I'm gonna jump into your face.
Exactly. It's like, well, if Rell could potentially be kited away, you know it can't be kited? Unstoppable onslaught straight into the backlines. And comboed with an Orianna ulti there too. SK have said, well, if you're gonna try to stay away from us in the fight, we're gonna take the fight directly to you. And that is a deadly, deadly combo. Either target you put the ball on, that is insta-kills.
You have to think that Kai'Sa will find herself in the ban list. Jezu is not yet locked in his champion, but when you see Hecarim, Rell,
certainly
Orianna, I definitely think it's one of the ADs that can complement the team composition that SK are putting together. Vitality right now will ban away the Sion instead. And see what sort of matchup will be happening up in that top lane as Jenax versus Shigenda is a matchup that I want to pay attention to. I think Jenax is one of the players that has continually surprised me. Every time I'm like, oh, I'm not sure about that Aatrox pick. He makes me sit down and shut up because he delivers over and over.
Jenax has really found his footing on these bruiser top laners. The Aatrox, the Renekton as well have continually surprised players and fans around the league. Him showing up big time in those later stage team fights. Not the kind of guy that, destroys you 1v1 in lane, but when it comes to playing with his team in fights, he knows exactly how to execute. And it almost makes you feel like that experience as a mid laner, knowing what your backline needs out of a frontliner. Well, that's definitely paying off for him. Now, with the Kai'Sa not being banned away, I think this is maybe indicative of, well, Kai'Sa into the Tristana can struggle a little bit. Tristana does pretty good in the trades into her, and of course, the later you get into the game, her range can become very, very obnoxious, but still a very strong combination paired with that route, like you mentioned.
And they'll leave their last pick to the jungle, see what schemes wants to run, what options will be available to him.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast. Not sure, we'll see if the Sivir will be locked in, or whether or not Rekkles will approve of the performance. Instead, small pivot away. And now SK will start to see how they actually round out their team composition. SK, one of the teams that is higher up on the standings, and Jenax will be running the Renekton into the Gnaw. the AD pick is the last thing that we're going to see. I mean, it's a death ball composition if ever I've seen one from SK.
I mean, honestly, I kind of like the Jhin here if they want to go with that. It would speak a little bit more strongly to 2v2 power than perhaps a Sivir would. Of course, with his long range, both snare and ultimate can be very good at locking down Team Vitality from a very far way away. And they're going to lock that one in. So SK, very strong team fight, a lot of effective range in the way that they can sprint at you, start off fight, still follow it up with their backliners. The Orianna and Jhin can do damage from pretty far away here too. And looks like Skeens is going to try and make SK pay the QSS tax here. As many targets as he can.
Question is, will SK pay their taxes? Zanzaro will be asking that question. The thing I love about Vitality's team composition is they've got some non-traditional engage tools, of course, but I love the disengage. I love the fact that if anybody jumps in, you do have the Buster Shot, the Emperor's Divide, hell, even the Impale to single out a target and maybe allow then your Azir and your Tristana to push SK Gaming back.
Yeah, exactly, because you have to buy space for your backline here, for Team Vitality, and you know Hecarim's going to be coming from one side, there's going to be a Rel from the other, and a Renekton from the back. And it's just too much to deal with here with a lot of these disengage options. So Vitality have to be on point playing for their backline here, whereas SK, it's all aboard the pain train. They've got all the ways they could ever want to start off a team fight.
You have to protect Melitza and Crown Shot, and SK Gaming have to kill them. Let's get on the Rift. Just taking a look at those team compositions. And I see a lot of damage options on the side of SK. And I see 2 damage options on the side of Vitality. Now 2.
Nar's like, I'm a champion, Trevor, notice me.
To be fair, I think his job in this composition...
It's not to deal damage. No, you're absolutely right. I think it's more of a bit of a Nar meme here, trying to... He's not quite a tank, not quite a damage dealer. What does he really do? He tries to do his best, Trevor. I think that's all you can ask out of the little guy.
Jack of all trades, one might say. But what I do think is very, very interesting then is seeing how Vitality actually are going to set up for the skirmishes and the team fights later into the game. They have absolutely no margin for error because if Melitza or Crown Shot do get removed early on in a team fight, they are going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, for SK, can they find them? Can they get to the very long range into the deep backline? Going to be a long while away from that. Let's talk a little bit about the lane matchups and where you think there'll be some advantages.
Well, I think top lane and bot lane is primarily where we're going to focus. Since the camera's here, let's talk about the bot lane. You notice the rune choices from Vitality's bot is where it's going to get a little bit more eccentric. The Halo Blades, of course, allows Crown Shot to take really good trades with his explosive charge. Stack that one up very quickly. Also, the Phase Rush on LeBron, pretty standard for the time being, but will mean less tanky in these all-ins, especially in the early levels before he can quickly proc the Phase Rush. And you can see him taking a little bit worse of a trade on the back end, but once level 2 comes in, and even now, he's very good at interrupting that CC, although he doesn't there.
Oh, a lot of damage going down. Jezu backs away, doesn't want to fight into the minion wave, and waited for that charge shot, the explosive shot rather, to pop. Now, level 2 advantage to Treats and Jezu, as we've come to expect from this duo. Aggressive, in your face, and I think in contention, you could argue that they might be one of the best duo lanes in the LEC. And definitely continue to show up. And while that's going on, Melitza will be forced to flash very early. Tinks just shows his face in the mid lane.
Yeah, you know, I was wondering if Hecarim would maybe look for a cheeky little level 3 gank towards the top side if Shigenda was too overextended, which he's not. Instead, on his way to bot side, takes a very easy flash, and that could open up some roam potential for Treats later into the game. We just saw, you know, an Azir get very bullied early on by some support roams, and Treats definitely a guy to leave the lane and make an impact, especially where there is not a flash. We'll have to keep our eye on that, especially pre-level 6, because without that Emperor's Divide, without a flash, Melitza can be fairly vulnerable.
I mean, look at how Jezu and Treats are trying to push Crown Shot and LeBron away. They are clearing out the minions, pushing this into the turret. Looking at the minimap for Tinks, he's now making his way towards that bottom scuttle. Selected to go for that ghost, as you do, on the Hecarim, and will have the full support of his duo lane. Do you think the 4 damage comps versus the 2 damage comps how do they impact or scale, you know, later into the game? There's such a stark difference. You may not actually be able to explore that thought.
Well, they're on a ward, so Vitality should be able to disengage this, but I don't know if they did it in time.
They definitely did not. That was a very good rocket jump from Crown Shot, but Labrov did not flash. First blood, Jezu.
That's just rough, man. There's a ward that sees him coming. I actually think if you look at it, some of the vision looks like it gets cut off based on the terrain there. So still, I think should have had an opportunity to escape from that one. But Tinx very active very early here on the Hecarim. Not even wasting any time to let himself farm up towards level 6. Mid lane got a flash, bot lane gets a kill there too. So really good stuff out of the SK jungler.
Exceptional. 4 minutes into the game and has allowed SK to pull a 700 gold lead. Has allowed Jezu on the Jhin to pick up that first blood. Jezu and Treats have already been playing very, very forward in that lane. They'll be able to continue that one as Labrov will be the first support to kind of make a move. But this wave is pushing towards blue. He'll be able to fall back to the tower very quickly.
Yeah, I do like the idea from Labrov. Of course, he died, so technically he has the first reset, if you'll call it that, a window where he can hit mid lane before Treats is able to get back onto the map. I think SK are expecting it, even without a ward, to spot him out. They're like, no, no, no. This All-Star is in bot lane. That means he has to be somewhere else. It's either mid lane or top lane, and well, mid's the more expected target there, so he's just gonna run around, waste a little bit of time here before returning into the bot lane 2v2.
I mean, Tinx, you mentioned it, like the impact he's had in the early game. Tinx is definitely surprised this spring. He was played a number of splits, ERLs as well as EU Masters. And was one of the players that I had the pleasure of meeting and shoutcasting back in Leicester 3 years ago.
Wow.
And it was one of the guys that really stood out. And Tinx now going to try make another play. Level 5 and going to hold on to the dash, clear out the minion wave, which again just started to back away as JerAx stepped forward. But Tinx has been one of the guys that has been influential in the wins and getting SK to this 8-5 record.
And I think everyone's going to remember like the one highlight of the Dr. Mundo pentakill down around that Baron pit. But Tinx has been quietly a very solid performer from SK, while I think a couple of other players on the team have been picking up a lot of the credit. He works so well, especially, when Treats wants to roam. Tinx is there ready to attack with him. And you already saw in this early game, no slouch when it comes to spotting out vulnerable lanes and punishing them too, as he just stares down Skeens. Man's gonna let his control ward be cleared away here because he's still not level 6. Once that comes through, well, now both solo lanes from SK have hit 6 and are ready to fight.
Waiting for the opportunity. Tinx is gonna try and challenge a little bit on that Skarner control panel.
Here we go.
One that goes forward. That's a flash from Crownshot. Turns his attention onto Jezu. Jezu gets stunned in place. And this will be a 2v2 kill.
Beautiful.
Donated to Crownshot. They come away basically unscathed.
And Crownshot played that just about perfectly there. Jumps right on top of Jezu's face, flashes away from the CC from that Rel, and picks up that kill using that early all-in power. We mentioned the Halo Blades on Tristana, very, very strong when it comes to those early all-ins, but they have to be careful because Tinx is around and not seen on any ward.
No ultimate available yet for Tinx. He's got to be close to that onslaught. We'll be able to get a charge.
It's like 1 minion away.
Continues to charge and put the damage down, but the shot comes out from Crownshot. That explosive one will do some damage. Tinx forced
2
away.
minions.
I wondered if Tinx had stepped into the minion wave to clear it and then ulted, but ultimately Crownshot and Labrov are able to escape with their lives. Now Jezu jumps back into lane.
Ooh, I like that play from Treats though, walking into the brush, because you see how he sort of set up those minions. That should mean that they push back in towards SK. Well, forget that. They're just going to fast push this one, maybe pick up a turret plate, allow Treats to get a quick reset off, make sure he's back around mid lane. At the same time, Labrov would have potential roam window.
A very brief window where I just want to remind everybody of what is at stake here for SK Gaming. There are 4.2 million scenarios left in the LEC. That's when you factor in every possible win and loss.
But we only have like 4 games left, Trevor. How does math work?
22 games. You give them to the power of 2 because of 2 potential results. And out of those 4.2 million scenarios, SK Gaming advanced to playoffs in 99% of them.
That's like 4-point-something million games, Trevor.
Crazy. It is crazy. So SK, a bit of a surprise hit here in spring, but I do think we need to call out Fnatic, Rogue, as well as G2 in their remaining strength of schedule, and only Astralis being one of the easier games. But the way I perceive this is the strength test for SK.
Oh, yeah.
How good will they be? Because they are so close to playoffs. and so many scenarios get them advancing.
Yeah, and I think if you look at, not having to face 3 of those, considered top teams here in Europe in the second phase just yet, it's like, well, does this win streak actually mean that much? SK now have the opportunity in their final games of this season to make it to 3rd place, even to finish in 3rd. And we already know for seeding 3rd, 4th means so much. Now, what can they continue to do against Vitality? Because they are just a little bit behind in terms of overall gold. But I think now that we've seen level 6 come through, especially once Treats hits level 6, that opens up so much fighting opportunity for SK. And I think the best thing Vitality did was actually get the Drake before all those ultimates came through, because I think SK would be loving to find a fight just about now.
Yeah, SK Gaming absolutely want to combine their composition, use all the engage tools that they do have, jump onto Vitality before they get the time to scale, before they get the levels and the items under their belt. Tinks is going to be ghosting in. The unstoppable onslaught comes forward, and this should be a relatively easy kill onto Labrov. Finally goes down as Jezu picks his 2nd of the game.
This is the way SK played the game. If they're not getting 2v2 kills, they're getting 3v2 kills, with Tinks getting involved on the bottom side of the map. They set it up in draft. They wanted all the engage tools they could possibly find for themselves. They did such a good job of punishing Labrov again here before that All-Star gets access to his ultimate. So vulnerable with the phase rush, too very hard to stay alive and buy time for the rest of your team to come around and get in the zone. So SK now with that bot lane pressure, with level 6 on Treats, the Magnet Storm is ready to go. I think they're just going to sprint up towards the Herald. They're not even bothering recalling and going back to base. They say that objective is just about ours.
I mean, the threat of engage with Shockwave as well as Magnet Storm is so powerful. Vitality have to consider all options if they want to contest. Now, as I start to set that up, Treats is left. Treats is actually backed away, and Skeens will be able to jump inside the pit. SK playing that one a little bit cautiously.
It's really interesting because, Jezu made the call, I believe, to go back down towards bottom lane and continue to get the farm. Treats all aboard that too. Now, we are pre-14 minutes. This Herald will be used to chunk out and get at least 360 gold off some turret plates, which is no bad deal, certainly here for Skeens. He does have camps on his map to be farming, but finding this window before SK could re-attack the map and pick this one up is a good move by Vitality's jungler.
It's such an interesting game thus far because Tinks has been absolutely everywhere, has ganked every single lane, has had a large influence on how SK picked up their kills. But Vitality have been farming up a Storm. Their 2v2 is able to pick up a kill of their own. And it's Vitality with the objective advantage. The first Dragon, the first Herald. And Vitality are the ones that are being able to absorb any of the pressure that SK have put on them. And for the time being, feeling very comfortable. Do you start to get nervous for the SK comp if they go even into the 1, 2, 3 item phase?
I do feel like their comp doesn't necessarily scale terribly, right? Like, you're always going to have the team fight set up there of a Hecarim and an Orianna. It's one of those that you can't necessarily count out of the game, especially as you go later on here. I think both teams have very strong playmaking tools, and really, I want to see Tinks continue to get involved. Level 8 here, but Skeens is in the area. We haven't seen that Impale used just yet, and we're still a long way away from any Quicksilver sashes.
We really are. Flash Impales available.
Oh, baby!
Magnet Storm into the onslaught of shadows, but there's not enough damage just yet. Skeens is able to survive long enough for the Impale to let Crownshot get the kill. Treats dashes forward, and Skeens escapes with his life. Now it's SK on the retreat. They started the fight and lost.
Oh, it was so close. Just 1-2 more auto attacks left needed to knock Skeens out of the fight. But it's Vitality able to bounce back. The Impale, the first one of the game, absolutely locks up Tinks, and there's nothing really you can do as that Hecarim, once you go in, you're gonna get shut down. We'll see it one more time because it looked so good at the start. The whole engage setup. Treats is like, get in here, magnets, baby. Doesn't quite catch Crownshot, but again, it didn't seem like it should have really mattered. Jezu, though, actually got interrupted. The flash knock up there from Labrov stopped the auto from coming through on towards Skeens, kept Jezu just out of range. That saves his jungler's life and makes it a positive trade. Great play out of Labrov.
So huge, and Crownshot managing to just auto and remain untouched for the majority of that fight. Crownshot, of course, was the mid-season substitution for Vitality, and
whoa!
He's the one that's stepping up. Blue will get caught out. The Emperor's Divide, there's no Flash Impale, and I don't think Melissa really even needed anything more if Blue had stuck around.
Here we go, we're fighting again, Trevor.
Absolutely are. Tinks goes to try get away, gets rooted up, or stunned up rather, by Labrov. Support comes in from Jezu, and now the Herald in the mid lane is going to be bashing down the plates.
Look, Trevor, I'm going to hit you with an old one. That play around mid, that was a plate gank, we call it, right? You come flying on in, it looks like you're going for a kill. No, no, no. Dropping the Herald, getting some easy money. Now a Hex Flash over the wall. Melitza,
oh, Melitza just gets caught out in place. Remember, no ultimate available. It's going to be able to flash to safety and use the Conquering and Shifting Sands. But it is just crazy chaos across the rift.
It's so funny because we keep thinking kills are going to happen, but ultimates are just seconds away from coming up. Skeens didn't have his when he caught out Tinks in the river. Tinks didn't have his when they caught out Melitza in mid, but it will be that Infernal Drake going over to Vitality, stacking it away. It'll be an Ocean Rift as well. And Vitality just 10 minutes away potentially from an Ocean Soul.
This is very exciting for Vitality. Plus 1,300 gold, they've got themselves 2 dragons. The plate gank is a real callback. I appreciate that one. As Skeens was able to show his face, but you see the damage that Melitza's already putting down. He's already a threat to be worried about, or that SK have to be concerned about. And it is going to be very interesting to watch the team fights play out, because ultimately it does come down to, can you land the CC onto Melitza or Crownshot? Every single team fight, those are the 2 people you absolutely have to watch if you want Vitality to pick up that win.
And honestly, for SK, they have to be able to make that happen. And it's been such a good look from SK in the team fights with a lot of their engagers, treats, Tinks, being able to fly on in and make it look good in games gone past. But they're going to have to take a chill pill for a little bit. Take it slow, because you look at the scoreboard down the bottom of your screen. 3 mythic items completed for Vitality on a lot of key players. There's just the Gale Force on Jezu bot side. So SK, and you pump the brakes just a little bit. They've got all their fight tools ready to go, but they have to be very confident if they want to go in before they take their next reset on the map. And they're lucky that there isn't a Drake on the map, because they're not going to be pulled in to try and fight over that objective.
I mean, it's 15 minutes in, no towers have fallen yet. I feel like we haven't said 2 words this game, and those 2 words are Jenax and Shigenda. The 2 of them have just been farming up in the top lane. Shigenda's built up a 25 CS advantage after Tinks tried to jump on him at, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah, I think that was the last time we saw this 1v1 matchup playing out. And Shigenda's built up a pretty sizable CS lead for himself, 30 CS, knocking down this tower as well. The ranged punch on the tower going very well. I'd actually like to see the individual gold between the 2 players. Thank you so much, Observers. Yeah, 800 here for Shigenda. Level 11 has come through from him as well, and he's going to be one of those big team fight tools here for Vitality. Him working with Labrov, that's sort of the combination you'd love to see work very nicely. A multi-man knockup from the Alistar, followed up by a big old Gnar into a wall. These are the types of combos that work so well for Vitality. Blue just going to chunk out Melitza down to 50% HP and gain Prio back in mid.
Is this one of the games that will get to a Dragon or Baron dance, because both teams want to team fight and don't necessarily have the greatest side lane? I mean, obviously Renekton and Gnar can make some things happen, but it feels to me that we're going to be getting down to a gigantic 5v5 around a neutral objective. And SK, they're already setting up for the next one, the Dragon.
Yeah, especially because neither team feels like they built up a huge advantage. Vitality, of course, with the gold lead, as well as the Drakes going very well. The Demolish onto the tower takes it very low. The next wave, he gets pushed into that top tower in a little bit of extra time. He's going to be able to knock down. And frankly, no jungler, no player can really visit this top side. So Shigenda takes a monster trade up against Jenax. You'd love to see that one. Jenax should sustain a lot of it back, but again, that tower will fall very, very shortly.
Huge props here to Shigenda, being able to at least contain Jenax for the time being. Dominus thrown out to hop over the minions. Slice and dice, that'll force the flash.
Okay. I really like the start of the play, the Stride Breaker, just to slow down Jenax enough and deny the Ruthless Predator from coming out, but was forced to flash in the end. There were a lot of SK members running up towards the top side of the map too, which made him very uncomfortable. But you'll notice the trade-off for some top pressure for that Herald. Well, now bot lane completely exposed. There's deep vision too, so Vitality know they're alone down here. It's going to be a solo turret taken by Crownshot, and that is going to be a winning trade here for Vitality.
This is actually... holding firm in the mid lane. They're doing everything they need to across the map.
And in this gold lead that you see at your top of your screen, 2.5K, it's actually bigger than I think that indicates, because you'll notice both Blue and Jezu, the primary damage dealers from SK, have gone into very early Quicksilver sashes. And, you know, yeah, being able to cleanse that CC, being able to cleanse the Skarner ult is important, but usually you'd like to get some value out of that. Like, the MR isn't super valuable against primarily one magic damage dealer in Melitza, who realistically should not be hitting Jezu or Blue. So these items are very much the QSS tax, and they are feeling real bad that they had to buy them.
They really, really are. There's the engage onto Treats. No further follow-up or ultimates committed. The tower will remain alive for now. And as soon as Tinks shows face, this will allow Shigenda to push in the bottom lane. I mean, Mini Noah plus Baron empowered minions. There will be some support from SK. Can they set up a kill? Shigenda will hop away to safety, and there's no engage, but it's just Baron imparted pressure, plus 3K in this Red Bull Baron power play, and they've unlocked the map completely.
And if Treats was going to force that fight in bot lane, well, you're likely losing an inhibitor. And you may not even get that kill either. It's just funny to see both soul laners from Vitality 0-0-0. But they've got CS leads. They've got the pressure now with the Baron buff. They've got a composition that can knock down these turrets very, very easily with the Tristana as well. If SK are not quick on the rotations going between the lanes. And that's exactly where Vitality want SK to be. If they're playing against this Baron buff, they're having to quickly rotate in between their lanes through their jungle. Well, that's exactly where a Skarner is going to find you, jump on you, pull you back, and get that kill.
There's Vitality in a commanding lead. I mean, that's 4,000 gold. We came into this game, we were saying that Vitality can play Heartbreaker, right? Out of the 4 million scenarios remaining, Vitality only advanced to playoffs in 0.94%. That's a tiny, tiny amount. So the odds and the storyline for that one, not likely. However...
Look, Trevor, you told me that SK was a 99% chance that they make it. So is the universe, is that the universe where SK don't make it but Vitality still do?
Because SK have done so incredibly well in the early stages of the game, and they've been able to pick up a lot of very effective wins against teams around them, even with the loss. If they lose this game, SK's number of scenarios where they advance drops to 99.2%.
Oh no.
Right? But what I do want to say is that for Vitality, if they're able to pick up a win here against SK, and you look at some of the other opponents, they can have a big impact on the other teams in the race for that 6th spot. And it's a little bit of proof to what we've heard from Reckless, from Yamato, from the players talking about how in scrims, Vitality do well and their scoreline does not reflect their skill level.
Yeah, no, Vitality definitely strong. You can see in situations like this, it can look good. They just got to find their Doctor Strange situation where they can get back in. They don't have to default to time travel just yet. They can wait a few more games before they have to reverse everything. And they're in a position now where they can close out this game and get themselves a victory. 30 seconds on the Ocean Drake. SK wanted to fight it last time. They're going to want to fight it again, but they're going to have to fight back through their jungle with all the extra Ocean Brush. Making it so much easier for Vitality to set up a pick here.
All of the
Stop SK from getting in.
All of the disengage is so much more valuable when you're on the defensive for Vitality, pulling SK towards you. I think if SK want to start setting up the siege, they do have a very powerful Tristana that can step in and chip away, of course. But it also then groups Vitality up for theoretical engage on the SK side. This is the 3rd dragon of the game for Vitality. So they've been 5 kills across the 25 minutes. And this is not the result that I was expecting today. This is not the game that I was anticipating to watch. Vitality, in just pure individuals, in the 1v1s, have been able to hold up to, and in many cases beat, their opposition from SK. I mean, Shigenda in particular, plus 50 CS, 0-0-0. I think there's been one fight where he was involved with his team, and nothing really happened, but he's playing his role correctly.
Yes, sir. He won that 1v1 match, and now it's just about when do we actually get to see Vitality find a team fight, because that's what we've been saying. You've got the back line to certainly back it up here. Crownshot just finished off his 2nd item, working on a Zeal as well, and just 40 seconds on the Baron. You'll notice there is some vision for SK, but it's not really around the pit. They've got one on the ramp there, a control ward that desperately needs clearing out here by the rest of Vitality, but Vitality are just going to walk up mid lane, walk up top lane as well, get those waves pushing in their favor, and then collapse through the jungle, get all that deep vision. I mean, look at that ward that's spawning blue right now. That's just absolutely beautiful. Tricky little spots that will give Vitality all the information they need to start the right fight and start it on their terms.
I just hold my breath when there aren't several members around. Like we just saw there, Shigenda, Melita starting to back away. They didn't have Labrov nearby, didn't have